Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Woke up.
I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí, se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that crap up, please, for your own benefit. Yeah, special show today. We've reached that landmark of 1K subs. Yay! Congratulations. Monetization is on the way. Hopefully. We'll see. Yeah, so I still kind of want to warm up a bit. So let's play some Democracy Now! Actually, we might play some Tim Black. One second, y'all. Let's make a decision here. Ben Shapiro and Candace O has been going at it online, and Tim Black weighed in on it. Pretty funny to me. They released more hostages, and the ceasefire has been extended. That is good news. All right, I need to make a decision. Oh, can I play this? Are they gonna get me for this? Can I play this? I'm kind of scared. Neil deGrasse Tyson video, it says America is declining rapidly, and he was making some jokes about how people seem to not understand math. very well. Prominent folks. It was really funny to me. I don't know if I can play this. Where did this come from? Somebody else posted it, but I don't know where the original came from, so they might get me on that. Decisions. Tim Black is safe. Let's play that. Just to give myself a chance to get in here and warm up. Let's play a little bit of Timmy. Timmy.
Ben Shapiro going at it. I'm like, wow, these two multimillionaires pissed off at each other. I think it's hilarious. I'm glad to see it. I almost thought there for a second that conservatives never fought about anything. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Man, I don't care about these backstabbing bastards, man. Let them do what they do. We got so many other things to worry about. I get you, and I'm with you on that. I do believe that. But I'm going to stop a minute. I'm going to make some time, bruh. Because you know what you're saying is true. But I can say that about everything. We ain't got no time for that. We don't need to talk about that. It applies in so many cases, man. Real talk. And we ain't talking about bettering our families. Somehow building ourselves up, how to actually be free in this country. How to finally, truly be free.
I know. Seriously. What up, Ogun Amaruji? Special show tonight. 1K subscribers, man. Congratulations. My screen is doing something weird. It's telling me who the live viewers are. This screen I have never seen before. I don't know. What did I press? Did I press something? What did I press to bring this on the screen? I don't know how to get this off my screen. I've never seen this before. They're telling me who's live and where they are live at. So I guess it's an update for StreamYard. But how the hell do I get this off of my screen? How do I get this off my screen? Oh, there it goes. Okay, finally. Pat says, I saw this video and Tim Black sounded a bit like a hater. Man, I don't know. Like he said in there, he was like, he didn't exactly say this, but what I got from what he said was, I get paid to talk about stuff. So like, I'm going to talk about it. Like, like, hey, this is what I do, like, cause at the beginning right here, I'm finna play it, but he was like, there's my bad, y'all. I'm pressing way too many buttons, and I got all these updates on my screen. It's throwing me off. Yeah, so he was like, I got to talk about something. Basically, is what he said. I don't know if he sounded like a hater. I didn't really cover it either. I saw them going back and forth on Twitter. It goes down my timeline. I follow Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. But the crowd, like the political stuff that I follow, automatically is going to make that kind of stuff go down my timeline. And the dynamic is pretty interesting, anyways, because they're both like coming from the right. And so the thing is, and also both of them are Jewish, believe it or not, in the definition of the word. So yeah, they're both Jewish, and they're both coming from the right, but they got completely different stances on the Israel-Hamas situation. And so Candace Owens have been going in. She's been going in. She had that guy, what is his name? Finkelman? I want to say his name. Feinstein? No, not Feinstein. What the hell is his name? Finkelman, something like that. She had him on his show. And this guy was going in on Israel, and he's Jewish. And so anyways, freaking Ben Shapiro felt like he needed to make comments about Candace Owens, you know, like basically because of her stance on Israel. And, you know, he's all like, I don't agree with it. It's, you know, she should be embarrassed or whatever. It's shameful what she's doing and what she's saying and all of this. And so anyway, so Timmy felt like he needed to weigh in on it. Timmy, I don't think he came across as a hater.
Yeah, I know, man. Because that's really what's up. Once I figure it out, I'll be the first to let you know, bro. I'm working on it. Join TimBlackTV.com. Go to the website. Join us. So Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro been at each other's necks with words. Oh no. It's funny, man. For some reason, people believe that the only black folks get at each other on the internet. And I guess if you never go anywhere else on the internet, you never know that other groups, white groups, fight too, like Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. Oh, come on, Tim, don't whitewash her. She whitewashed herself a long time ago. These talking points. Whew. What I love so much about their debates, their arguments, is it started because Candace Owens said some things, and Ben Shapiro didn't like it.
Well, I am here today to endorse Nikki Haley for president of Israel. I think she's earned that. I think Bibi Netanyahu is going through a very bad time right now. Support for Israel has virtually collapsed socially. If you're paying attention to the trends and you're paying attention to what people are watching, you're paying attention to the protests. And the one person that I think is capable of getting it back is Nikki Haley, with enough money from foreign interest lobbies. So there it is.
I have to give it to Candace Owens when it comes to this kind of stuff. When she does these straight face jokes like this, it's freaking gold. Like, this is gold right here. It's like, I don't know. It's kind of like The Onion, you know. The Onion, people don't even realize that it's satire or whatever. And I bet that some people, you know, anybody that really watches Candace Owens knows that, like, this is a joke or whatever. But, you know, just somebody that's not really all that familiar and just kind of sees this, they may not get the joke. You know what I mean? So it's like an inside joke. It's perfect for political heads like me, political nerds or whatever. So yeah, Nikki Haley, there's no way that Nikki Haley can become president of Israel. There's no way. But still, like, this joke is freaking hilarious to me anyways. Very, very funny. And then she delivers it with a straight face. It's gold.
Yes, guys, I'm endorsing Nikki Haley, president of Israel.
Yeah, I think I thought that was hilarious. But the GOP debates, Nikki Haley was very, very supportive of Israel.
Thank you. Ambassador Haley, what would you do? What would you be urging Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do? Would you consider humanitarian pause, for example?
The first thing I said to him when it happened was, I said, finish them, finish them, finish them, finish them.
Damn.
Kill them all.
She sounds like an extra from Mortal Kombat. They could do Mortal Kombat 1 and throw in Nikki Haley when it's time to do the fatality. It's like, finish him. Anyways, that's what I was thinking of, Mortal Kombat. Anyways, let's go on. It really shouldn't be funny because it's not really funny. You know, that attitude that she has towards this is like, you know, obliterate a whole freaking race of people. And then you got the people that's making the argument that it's a genocide. When you hear people talk like that, what else the hell could you call it? Ethnic cleansing? What else can you call it?
I was like, Jesus, lady. Genocide, Nikki. Nikki. Woo. Disgusting. And we thought Hillary was bad. She is. Nikki wanna be Hilly. Nikki and Hilly. Sitting in the tree. Kill.
ING.
All the black people, all the brown people, all the people that look kind of brown or black. And send Ukraine all the money you got. So I get why Candace is saying this about Nikki.
What's up with Timmy and the thing on his nose? It's like it looked like he just got off the football field or whatever. I forget what you call those things. They open up your nose, airways, help you breathe clear. I still kind of have a problem with snoring, but I'm single now, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But before, when I had a significant other, they had an issue with my snoring, and they would pretty much insist on me wearing these when I go to sleep. And apparently it helped or whatever. I don't know what Timmy's reason for having it, but kind of looks kind of funny. Had to say that.
Nikki Haley, because Nikki, she won an honorary place in a. She could probably run right now. I know that very few people in Israel were disappointed in her support for Israel. Here's the thing, though, man. What Ben Shapiro did in response to that, I thought was hilarious. Because he went after Candace Owens. Look at the crowd as Ben goes after Auntie Benz.
The question was about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful. Without a doubt. I think it's I can't always that. Yeah, I mean, she still works for my company. I think she's been absolutely disgraceful.
I have a hard time taking Ben Shapiro seriously all the time. He sounds like a damn chipmunk, first off. I mean, he's a really smart guy. You can't really just deny that he's a smart guy. But you could tell that sometimes the stuff he says, he's just saying it because he knows that what needs to be said. And he and he likes to repeat talking points or whatever, like the approved talking points or whatever, like the ones, like I say, like he guarantees he knows that it's going to be approved by his particular audience that he's reaching out for or whatever. And then his voice is so squeakily, and those eyebrows just really bother me, man. It's hard for me to take this guy serious. I apologize for that, but I just, I've never been able to take Ben Shapiro seriously. He's comical without trying to be.
I think
like he has a comical appearance and a comical voice.
That her faux sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication.
Look how the suit coat is fitting him. Like it's all bunched up at the top. Like what has he got? Like 3 or 4 or 5 shirts on underneath there? What's going on with that? Like he's trying to look all puffy and swole up, right? The sleeves aren't coming all the way down. Like he's got the jeans on with it. I guess that's the look, though. I guess But then you have the whole ass dress shirt on underneath it. So like, what does he have? Like some kind of tie? Is that a tie? I don't know, but it's the look is not working for me. I understand the suit coat with the jeans, it works, but then you don't put on a freaking whole ass dress shirt underneath it. Like that's not working. And then the color of the blazer is I like that color. I ain't gonna lie, I like that color, but it's like the nice color for the blazer or whatever. It's contrasting with the jeans. His hair is falling in his forehead. It's like it needs to shave.
It's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them distracting.
Is the audience all women?
All right, so I don't know. Maybe that was a little bit hard to hear for folks. So let me just tell you what he said. He said, Shapiro calls Owens faux sophistication on the war between Israel and Hamas disgraceful. He did so after Owens falsely accused Israel of committing genocide. That's just your opinion there, baby. Owens responded by posting a Bible verse accompanied by the caption, "You cannot serve both God and money." At that point, Shapiro reminded her that.
Yeah, I saw that post where he was shooting at Candace Owens. Was it? Yeah, it was from. You can't wait. No, was it from Candace Owens? You can't support God and money. And then he shot back. It was basically a Twitter war going on between them two.
And she could cease taking the paycheck from the Daily Wire at any time. And that's when it came out. That he can't even fire her if he wants to. He's not the CEO of the Daily Wire. He's not making day-to-day decisions at the Daily Wire. And I don't want to make it very clear. And I do want to make it very clear. Because people are like, how could you possibly stay at the Daily Wire after this? I have a very good relationship with the co-CEOs at the Daily Wire, especially right now.
That was Candace's comment.
So anyway, and then a guy, whoever this person was, Caleb Robinson, the acting CEO, said he wouldn't fire Candace, only he can't fire her. And if he could fire her, he wouldn't fire her. So here we go, guys. And this is why this is all hilarious. It's all hilarious because, to me, being Jewish is an identity, just like being black is an identity. And that's what the Shapiros hate more than anything else. Anybody has been complaining about wokeness and about identity politics for the last 10 years. And what's he doing? Standing up for his identity. Isn't this about identity? And look at poor Candace. Getting pummeled by her, kind of like her boss. Kind of like her boss. Over stepping on his toes in his identity. Meanwhile, she's left her identity behind so many months ago, so many years ago. It's pathetic. Yeah. See, part of the conservative credo is identity bad. Well, black identity bad. Not white nationalism, not bad. Not Israel, not bad. Not that identity. Not religious identity. Just black skin identity.
Well, what about it? Muslims? That I think he left that part out. Pat says he has prescribed talking points. I think so too. He knows what works. He's a smart guy. You know, sometimes he just doesn't. He doesn't like his intelligence doesn't show like sometimes it seems like he's hiding his intelligence behind his talking points, like, you know, and then he likes to spit facts and go into like stats or whatever, like totally missing the point, like he's ignorant or whatever. And I'm like, I know you know better, bro. Like, so you're not, you know, people like me, you're not fooling us like with your, you know, with your talking points, because I know you know better. And how do you sleep with yourself at night? At least Candace is standing on what, you know, hey, I'm not a big fan of Candace Owens, don't get me wrong, but, you know, she's standing on what she believes in when it comes to this situation, the Israel-Hamas thing. You know, she's calling it how she sees it.
Well, they also don't like LGBTQ people either. That's the problem, too. They always complain. This person's trans and they got a beer can sent to their house. I still don't understand what that was all about. I thought the beer cans with the TikToker was in every store. It was a personal, they sent them a personal can and you had a problem. Anyway, they gaslight on these stupid issues. But my thing is that we got Candace Owens, we got Ben Shapiro, and Ben Shapiro is going after her for talking smack about his identity group. No, I'm not talking about short white guys who wear funny hats. His identity group. That's what he got a problem with. That's why he's going after her. She's an employee of his, and he's still going after her over that. And that is hypocritical as hell. But see, Candace Owens would never stand up for black people and go after Ben Shapiro for dumping on black people. Hell no, because she agrees with that. That's how she's made her millions. Throwing black people under the bus. And why not? As I stated before, we have no power in this country. We can't do nothing to her except not go see her. And when we complain about her like I am now, we're only helping her in the algorithm. Still, we got people that'll say, well, aren't black people doing more for the Jewish people? Right? even though we're the group of people that can't do for ourselves. But all we can do, what makes us valuable, is what we can do for others.
Mhm.
We give others legitimacy, sort of like what Candace Owens has done for Daily Caller, giving them legitimacy in the faux diversity. Got a woman, check, and got a black woman, check, check, check.
Check, check.
Check, check, check.
Yeah, it's funny how they talk about identity politics, but then they turn around and use that shit. It's the hypocrisy is very strong with this one. Like, you know, I mean, and the whole thing, you know, is identity politics now. Like, you know, the whole thing, like the whole, you know, who is the vice president, and, you know, anyways.
So Ben can go to the canvas, the hardwood, to the pile-on for his identity. Candace can't do the same. And that's why they don't consider Shapiro a sellout, but Candace sure is one, because she's never went to the pile-on for black people, not once. She's gone against them with the pile-on, dragging one of us down, complaining about a rapper destroying the black culture, but never about the problems that be behind the scenes that are actually the ones, because if that rapper was gone tomorrow, guess what? There'd be more rappers. Let's see what we like to do, or what they like to do, not what we like to do. What they like to do is go after individuals, not systems. I got this same beef with the Democrats. They like going after individuals and not systems too. Because that, if they went after systems, they might accidentally fix some shit.
Yeah.
We can't have that. Oh no, we don't want to accidentally fix racism. We just want to make money off of it.
Yeah.
Because it's more money in the comeback, not the cure.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I talk about a lot too. Is like, you know, he's talking about how they attack individuals instead of attacking systems, and both sides do that. And it's like, you know, oh, it's the rappers, or oh, it's the Democratic cities, or whatever, you know, or oh, it's the Christian nationalists, or whatever, you know. And instead of looking at what creates this stuff, you know, I was thinking about it today. I was thinking about how, like, you look at society and how it's built up, and you look at how, like, which jobs people tend to get, right? Like, you look at a Hispanic person, and then it's like, do you think that when they was a kid, they were like, I want to grow up and be in construction, or I want to grow up and be a gardener, or whatever? You know, you look at black people, do they say, I want to grow up and work in the DMV, or, you know, I want to grow up and work in the State Department, or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Why is it that these people tend to fall into these categories every time? Like, is it because of the decisions that they make, or whatever? Like, they really aspired to for that, you know? And the little white kid, maybe he does say, I want to be the CEO of Nestle, you know, when he's a little kid, or whatever, you know. But it's like, you have to look at this and be true to yourself about it, and see that, you know, there has to be a system in place that causes these things, these outcomes to come the same over and over and over and over and over again, you know. Not to say that it's all Hispanic people are construction workers and gardeners or whatever, and not to say that all black people work in the State Department or the DMV, but you do get my point. You know what I'm saying? When you go to the DMV, what do you see? When you go to the state, what do you see? When, you know, who is cutting your grass? Most likely. You know what I'm saying? Who is building the building next, the construction you see going on across the street from your house or job or whatever? You know, is it a coincidence that this stuff happens? You know, or is it that these people aspire to do this? Or simply, is there a system in place that leads these people to end up doing these particular jobs? Okay. And that's what we have to face. All right. So if we want to fix anything, if we want things to be different, then we have to attack the system. We got to look at what's causing these things to happen. Systems manage people, people manage systems. So we got to manage the systems better, change them, because the systems are what's creating these situations that we have and outcomes that we get over and over again. We just got to be true to ourselves about that stuff. Anyways, I kind of want to go, let's look at this. So check it out. This is the analytical page for the channel. It says your hard work paid off. Publishing more helped your channel get 383% more views than usual. Your channel got 161,607 views more than the 17.5 to 65.5 you usually get in 28 days. That's a huge ass increase right there, man. Thanks to y'all. So the subscriber count right now is at 1,013. Pretty cool. Let's look at the videos that got the most views in this last cycle here. Can we view this? Hold on. How do we go? Can we go to it through here? We should be able to go through it through here. Hold on. We got to go to this other screen. 1 second. So this is the top video in the last 28 days. Let's play this.
Look at, I'm making anywhere from 1,200 to 2,000 gallons of water a day and giving away for free. That's a lot of money out of somebody's pocket someplace.
He says before the vandalism, they were giving hundreds of people free water every day.
You got to look at, I'm making anywhere from 1,200 to 2,000 gallons of water a day.
Yeah, so the guy went to Flint and he had this machine and he was giving away free water and somebody sabotaged it. Somebody that knew what they were doing sabotaged it. It wasn't just regular vandals. Let's read some of the comments. It says, the depravity of those satanic elites knows no bounds. God bless you, sir, for trying to make a difference. Another comment, it says, why isn't this popular? Another comment, it says, YouTube even blocking this content. Another one, it says, that's the whitest sounding black guy I've ever heard. Another comment, it says, we all know about what this is about. Stay strong, my brother. Keep fighting. You a good man. She said the whitest sounding black guy I've ever heard. I don't know, because he's speaking proper.
Giving away for free. That's a lot of money out of somebody's pocket someplace.
He says before the...
Does sound pretty country. That's what I would call it. I would call it country. I wouldn't call it a race. People that live out in the country talk like that. Blacks and whites. So yeah, that was that. Let's go to another one really quickly. Let's do this one. Learning from Japan is the name of this one. And let's share. I should be able to do this without having to click every time. But it opens up a new screen every time.
Seats on trains, barriers to prevent train deaths. Please learn, New York City. Cheap groceries, cheap alcohol, cheap unvandalized vending machines, cheap restaurants with no tipping. Please learn, America. Reversible seats on trains, barriers to prevent train deaths. Please learn, New York City. Cheap groceries, cheap alcohol, cheap unvandalized vending machines, cheap restaurants with no tipping.
So it was called Learning from Japan is the name of that clip. Let's read some comments. It says, damn, Japan looking fine even for a Canadian. I don't know what that means. I guess he's a Canadian. He says Japan is looking good. Another comment says, now ask about prices of fruits in Japan and cry. Another comment says, but 2 men still can't get married in Japan. Good thing or bad thing? Another comment says, barriers on the trains won't stop deaths. It'll simply make it harder. To stop suicide, we need to tackle mental health as a whole, as a unit. For accidental deaths, however, yes, it will help. So why did you even make the comment? Because it's like, okay, yes, it will help regardless. Like, you know, what were you trying to say? And then, you know, we need to tackle mental health as a whole. We absolutely need to do that. I just saw Congress kicked out something. They were trying to make it so where it's, what was it, funding for mental health in schools or whatever. All the Republicans voted against that shit. It was like, mental health in school? No, screw that. You know, and that's what drives me crazy is because every time it's like a school shooting or whatever, or any kind of mass shooting, quote unquote, they, you know, of course the gun debate comes up, and then the conservatives or the Republicans, they come in and they're like, oh, it's not the guns, you know, guns don't kill people, people kill people, and we need to look at mental health. Okay, I say put your money where your mouth is, but then as soon as you get a bill that's saying let's put money for mental health in schools, you vote against it. So I think you're full of shit when you saying that, what you're saying about the mental health, and like you really care about it. Another comment says, I 100% love these things about Japan, but let's not just leave out the ridiculously low minimum wage. As an American traveling, it was magical how cheap things were, but I don't think it'll feel that way if I got paid what they got paid. Another comment, it says, no peeing on balls, no, not bashing a country, not robot-like personality, America has learned. Okay. Another one that says, I guess I know where I'm moving. Another one that says, Japan has a lot of conveniences that I admire, but it also a homogeneous country. The U.S. is not. Trying to get a great mixture of different cultures to adhere to the same discipline won't work without a grand shift in cultural values. Cheap anything is not what the Federal Reserve wants, but that would be nice, huh? This thing about the homogeneous country, I don't know. I can't help but to feel like that's like a racist comment, you know, like underhandedly saying that, you know, here in the United States, we got a bunch of different cultures. So that's the reason why we can't have nice things here in the States. It's the same argument everybody was using when I played that Finland, the schools in Finland versus the United States. And they're like, well, Finland has all like the same people and all of that. They all have the same culture and all of that. And they're smaller population and smaller space and all of this. And they're like, that's the reason why we can't do that in the United States. And I'm like, that sounds racist to me. You know, maybe they don't mean to be racist, but that's what I hear. It's like, okay, these other kids from other places aren't going to act right, so we can't do that here. Another comment, it says, what's the catch though? But yeah, Japan is much more updated. Another one, it says, please learn America. Another one, it says, please invent something original, Japan. Instead of always trying to improve American inventions, without America, you'd still be riding horses with the most efficient design saddles. Yeah, I don't know how true that is. That's coming from that American exceptionalist point of view. Let's see, let's move on. This one, deadly shooting in Houston. I gotta share again, so this takes a second. I need to be more efficient with this, but I can't figure out a better way to do it. So we're just gonna.
The other two, and that's when police say this person in a costume pulls out a gun and shoots him.
The shooter that we believe is responsible.
You can see the 20-year-old being held back. The 20-year-old gets close to the other two, and that's when police say this person in a costume pulls out a gun and shoots him.
The shooter that we believe is responsible.
You can see the.
So this one is called Deadly Shooting Houston. Comments, it says, if someone has to hold you back, that means you're being a threat. That means you're ready to attack. This also means the person that shot him is doing it in self-defense. Now the only problem that occurred is he probably left the scene after the shooting. Another comment, it says, last time I checked, Texas was a stand your ground state. Another comment, it says, when approached, said person was no longer being held as and seemed to be most definitely invading personal space and quickly. Self-defense 100%. Why are they really investigating this? I'm a normal dude that works at Jiffy Lube and can see plain as freaking day. Another one, it says, and so what? Another one, it says, y'all want drama? Aha. Want to know God for a little attention. I don't really know why this particular video caught as much as it did. It was an unfortunate situation that happened, and the guy was drunk, apparently, and acting aggressively to these people who were dressed in costumes, and they shot him. So that's what happened. I mean, it's unfortunate. I'm not gonna make much comments on that. You know, you couldn't even see that much in the video, but I don't know. It could be racially motivated as far as the reason why people latched on to that particular video. And here's another one. See, so the next one down the list. Wait, I'm missing the comments. Pat says, we have to take more positions in politics so we can affect more policy. And he says, the whitest sounding black dude, really? Yeah, that's what they said. Let's look at this one. So this is the next video down was the kind of like the rest of that clip. Let's play this.
Here's slim in build, and at the time of the shooting was wearing a yellow and black costume.
Right now, HP.
White individual. We are uncertain of gender at this point. Long hair, appears slim in build, and at the time of the shooting was wearing a yellow and black costume.
Right now, HP.
White individual.
It's kind of funny that they say we're unsure about gender. Comments, it says self-defense. Find the man defending himself. He can't do that. Gender, what's that? Pink hair. Those are the comments. So that was kind of like the rest of the little clip from the other video. So these are the top 10 of this last 28 days. 2 of them was like parts of that same video. Uh-oh. Let's go on. Republican math is the next one.
Republican math here. Tax package increase or add to or pay down our national debt?
It undoubtedly added to our national debt.
Republican math here.
So this is a clip from Katie Porter, and she was talking about the tax cuts that came in when Trump was in, and she was asking, so did they add to the debt or bring it down? Let's read some comments. It says, Katie Porter for president. Another one that says, hey, Janet Soprano. It says, they both spend because they both print more money. Don't pretend it's one-sided issue. Yeah, well, whenever they're talking in politics, they're always like the conservatives are the ones that's supposed to be worried about the, the debt, if you will. That's what they're always screaming, So then they're the ones that you can point fingers at when it comes to that, because they're the ones who's always saying that. But at the same time, when you pass in these huge tax cuts, I don't know how you can fix your face and say that you're worried about the debt when the tax cuts that you passed caused the debt to increase. And that's basically the point that she's making there. How can you say you're worried about the debt and then you're passing stuff that increases the debt? It's really simple.
Reality is that they said that they feel better or they felt better when Trump was in office. But we've been trying how you feel in that moment. And so while the facts may not align with their feelings are dictating their reality. Their reality is that they said that they feel better or they felt better when Trump was in office.
So this clip is called Felt Better When Trump Was in Office. Comments, it says Trump for president. It says, wait, feelings are dictating their reality. Isn't that the whole trans thing? So things are only bad if they relate to Trump. Another one, it says, no, who wants someone with every bad trait a human can have, minus deleting others in the highest position in the land? Another one, it says, feelings have nothing to do with it because my bank account was a lot healthier when Trump was president. My paycheck went a lot further, and that's a fact. Another comment, it says, I like low gas and grocery bill. You affect my pocketbook. You will not get my vote. Another comment, it says, she's crazy. It says, wait, what the hell is she talking about? FJB, what does that say? Okay, F Joe Biden. Another question mark, throw up emojis. Got to be a better way for me to do this. It takes so long to scroll through. I'm only going to do the top 10, so I think we're more than halfway. Yeah, we're on number 7. Let's do this one.
How any of this works.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You blacks just don't understand what's going on. These blacks are just stupid.
People not understanding exactly how any of this works.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You blacks just don't understand what's going on. These blacks are just stupid.
So the name of the video was, they think black for Trump are ignorant. Comments, it says, it doesn't matter. There are no more than a dozen guys. Another one, it says brown, not black. I don't know where the other comments. It says there are 5 comments, so the other ones must have been blocked or something. I don't block comments. Only the algorithm does that. So if the algorithm deems your comment inappropriate, then they're the ones that's going to hide your comment. I don't do that. Just FYI. I don't be having time. I don't have time to be. I don't even know how to do it. I don't have the patience for that. And I've stopped making comments under. I just let them fight it out in the comment section. I don't get involved. I read the comments though, but I don't get involved in them.
The Border Patrol to stop it. I just have to allow them to go through my property. Where are you from?
This is video shot by Brian Silvas, whose property is up against.
Not condone this. I've asked the Border Patrol to stop it. I just have to allow them to go through my property. Where are you from?
This is video shot by Brian Silvas, whose.
So this one was called Migrants Walking Private Property. Comments, it says, well, in America, we have a right to protect ourselves, our property, and our families. They will be going through neighbors' property after the first pile of bodies started rotting. all for legal immigration, but we have millions of homeless Americans that need our assistance before they're illegals. I don't see you guys breaking your neck to go out there and help the homeless people. So these comments are empty as hell. And then you're talking about piles of bodies rotting. Like, really? Yeah, it's going to go to jail. You're going to be locked up. It ain't going to be piles of rotting bodies because the law's going to come and get you after the first couple ones. You know, you're just talking. Real big and bad on the internet. Another comment says, Brian, why aren't you at work? Let me go back because there's some replies to that one right here. That first comment, the one about the rotten bodies. Replies, it says, you got to understand that's not how the law works. First of all, you can use non-lethal force, but you can't stack up bodies like this is a video game. And second, this is just the way life goes sometimes. You got to understand immigrants in desperation will cross wherever they can. They won't be there long or bring trouble just passing through. Now, I also understand that as a homeowner, your rights feel violated, but you just got to come back down to earth and remember that they're human too and would cross through anyone's property if that was the way they were going to survive. It's easier to talk when your life was narrowed completely different, not taking away from who you are, because I have no right to that, of course. But I'm just saying that as someone who knows plenty of immigrants, it's easy to judge. But if you lived in their shoes, you would understand where their desperation comes from. Another reply says, and if you read that well, props to you. I know it was a lot when I could have just stayed quiet and along, but just felt like this conversation is necessary, speaking that you're willing to lose your freedom and dehumanize yourself over some harmless people. More comment replies, it says, protect from people walking, LOL. Another comment says, a homeowner shouldn't have to let people trespass on their property because some people think it's the right thing to do. So the next one was, Brian, why aren't you at work? A couple of replies. It says, he is at work. Get a real job, Brian. It says, you seriously flipping this on the property owner? Another comment, it says, do you have any idea how many burdens this person crossed illegally? Borders. Do you have any idea how many borders this person crossed illegally to get to our U.S. border? Do you realize how many pieces of private property he crossed over to get another piece of private property? Once you consider all that, do you think he's going to care one little bit about trespassing on your private property once he crossed over into the United States? No, he doesn't. Some replies, it says, how they get past the wall on Mexico's southern border. Who keeps saying that? This is not true. There's no wall on Mexico's southern border. So that's debunked. Do a real quick Google search, look that shit up, and you'll see that there is no wall on Mexico's southern border. Somebody popularized that shit and it's been bouncing around the internet, but it's not true. It's not real at all. It's not a thing. Another reply says, there are several places along the border where the wall isn't even built. That's where they're coming across. Another one says, even through jungles. Another one that says, tunnels underneath or a ladder, holes in a wall. Also, all countries have migrants right now, so no country will take in Palestinians. Canada will take some. Italy is building a huge detention center. Right now, Americans should get rentals and migrants can get their tents. Another comment says, the comment section being too toxic towards the whole illegal immigration process. Make a scene where you describe them about the healthcare system in America versus Mexico. I'm 100% sure they'll make a U-turn to Mexico from your property. What they need, education. Comment that says, you cannot stop them. Says, this is the Native Americans felt. This is how the Native Americans felt when the colonists came to America and started taking their land. Another one that says, can't make this up, literally letting an army in the country. Another one that says, why their faces were blurred, show their faces so people will recognize the illegal immigrants. It says, looks like you encourage it. It says, try to put up a big ass electric fence. It says, easy AR, my friend, get out your AR. Another one, it says, better have protection, son. This is child's play. Another one, can you put up a privacy fence? Another one, it says, we ain't got no more room for anyone else. They're taking all the jobs and homes, making everything cost way more. This one has some replies. They say, I've been applying for jobs over 4 months, no luck. Another reply says, better job market and better economic policy. Don't fall for blaming the migrants. Migrants don't make laws. Another comment that says, yeah, the migrants are coming over and getting hired immediately as baristas and marketing consultants. It says, shut the F up, you. Homes, you mean the ones the rich use as tax havens and Airbnb? Another comment, it says, Turkey. That's kind of surprising too. Like he asked the guy, where are you from? The guy was like, Turkey. So then people are all like, oh, these are Mexicans, or oh, these are people coming from Central America, or people are coming from South America. That guy was coming all the way from Turkey. Reply to that, it says 22 million crossed. Another one that says, geez Louise. Comment says, bro, sounds like the Native Americans, get over it. Another one, Brian Silvas doesn't sound white or black, so I'm going to assume at one point Brian's family also crossed the border at one point, and now he's mad. Someone should throw Brian's family back where they came from. Oh, that's pretty damn. That's fucking racist and harsh. Let's read some replies to this. It says, my wife's entire family migrated here in the early 80s and did it completely the legal way. They're also against what's going on at the border. Not everyone is from illegals. Another one that says, it's so funny when a family gets lucky and is able to cross legally, then switch up on others who aren't so lucky. I've known many immigrants that switch up when they finally get their papers. Another one says, cool story. I'm sure they are. They highly of themselves too. See, man, people write so terribly, it's hard to even. Anyways, another one that says, you property and you can't do nothing to stop them, haha. Another comment that says, it's so ironic that you now are being invaded instead of you doing the invasion and not a gun fired. The good Lord works in mysterious ways. Yeah, so this one got a lot of interaction and it's still getting plays too, and it's kind of older video. The immigration thing always gets people going, and I don't know, people really sink their teeth into it. It gets people fired up on both sides. Two more really quickly, and then we're gonna move on. Wait, where is it? Hold on, y'all. Thought I clicked on it, but I didn't.
New Republican Speaker Mike Johnson strips out the humanitarian and Ukraine funding and cuts $14 billion from the IRS.
And that was the easiest and largest pile of money that's sitting there.
But the bill proposed by the new Republican Speaker, Mike Johnson, strips out the humanitarian and Ukraine funding and cuts $14 billion from the IRS.
And that was the easiest and largest pile of money that's sitting there.
But the bill...
So this one is called Humanitarian Ukraine Funding Cut from Bill. Comments, it says, F yeah, hell yes, finally a real effing leader. Says cut the Israel funding too, strip all the spending and send them thoughts and prayers. Right on, Mr. Johnson, good job. That's it. Shut down the spending bills with hidden pet projects. Quit passing bills stuffed full of crap, making single item bills again. Good, great job, keep it up. Get the IRS out of here. They want to tax the rich, but don't fix the holes. Good ideas. Yes, spending cuts are needed. That's great. A leader that's leading should have marked off the billion in the 14.3 and just leave the $14.3 LMAO. Sounding great to me. Thank you. What he didn't say was realistically the cut to the IRS would cost twice as much due to lost revenue. So if that passed, it will successfully double the price of the aid package, not pay for it. Not that I'm a fan of the IRS, LOL. See, that's a good comment right there. He said what he didn't say was realistically the cut to the IRS would cost twice as much due to the lost revenue. So if that passes, it will successfully double the price of the aid package, not pay for it. So basically, when you cut funding to the IRS, then you cause them to not be able to bring in as much revenue. Another comment, it says, strip all for funding, stop stealing our money. In 2 months, the IRS found 90 million from the rich. Thank God, yeah, good. This is moronic. Those of you that think that defunding the IRS is a good thing either don't pay your taxes or have been conned by billionaires who don't. It has been proven that this will increase the deficit since more billionaires will get away with not paying their taxes. Another one, as it should be. Good job, Speaker Johnson. Common sense bill. Let's go. This man's a G, pulling a G God move for our nation. Quit spinning with your feelings. Act like you work for a living and have just a little responsibility. I don't like his Christian beliefs pushed into his position, but I do like what he has done so far. Another one says, still he doesn't dare to touch money for Israel. Another one, good, no more for Ukraine. Good, LOL. It's like most of the people were supportive of that. And I think a lot of people don't really understand either that or they're completely, what's the word? Conditioned. That's the word.
On the support that we are giving Israel to defend itself.
This is Vice President Kamala Harris speaking from London Thursday after talks with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak.
We are not going to create any conditions on the support that we are giving Israel to defend itself.
This is Vice President.
So this one is called Harris. No conditions on weapons to Israel. Comments, it says politicians should fork up their own paychecks to fund it first before charging taxpayers, and only upon approval shall taxpayers support it by the people. Another one, that's why Biden and his handler said going forward, we need a two-state system. Another one, she laughed for 3 hours and did absolutely nothing. Another one, oh, but all over Ukraine with zero conditions with tons of American taxpayers' money. Another one, shouldn't come with conditions. Just give away money for no conditions at all. Like, here, free money, you can have it. Do whatever you want to with it. Yeah, we don't care. We're rolling in the dough over here. Whatever you need, you need some more money, we got that too. I don't know. Let's see, what is this? Oh, I saw this. I'm not going to cover that because that's going to get emotional. Oh, give me a second, y'all. I kind of need to catch my breath. Mike Mills has got some shady stuff going on. I need to catch my breath. Let me play something to give me a chance to breathe here. Let's do some Democracy Now! Right quick. I'm not gonna play up this whole thing. I'm gonna just play a little bit of it, give myself a chance to catch up.
By viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel and Hamas have agreed to pause fighting for an additional 48 hours after mediators secured a deal for both sides to release more captives. On Monday, the Red Cross said it facilitated the release and transfer of 11 Israeli hostages held in Gaza. Their release came as Israel freed 3 Palestinian women and 30 children from Israeli prisons. It was the 4th exchange since the Gaza truce came into effect last week. Israeli attacks on Gaza since October 7th have killed about 15,000 people, more than 6,000 of them children. The World Health Organization warns more Palestinians could soon die of preventable diseases than of Israel's bombardment unless Gaza's health system is rapidly repaired. On Monday, the British Palestinian surgeon, Dr. Hassan Abu Sita, spoke about his experiences in Gaza hospitals.
One of the most horrific scenes that I witnessed in Shifa Hospital was when, after the air raid and the dead and the wounded were brought in, members of the Shifa medical staff and nursing staff would be running frantically in the emergency department, looking at the faces of the wounded and the dead to see whether their relatives had been amongst the wounded, and in many cases their children had been amongst the dead and the wounded.
Billionaire Elon Musk has met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. On Monday, Musk joined the Israeli leader on a tour of Kfar Aza kibbutz, which was attacked by Hamas on October 7th. After the tour, Musk said his SpaceX company had agreed in principle to allow aid organizations in Gaza to access the Starlink internet satellite service, but only with Israeli approval. Aid groups spent weeks pleading for help restoring communications after Israel's siege repeatedly triggered internet and cell phone blackouts. That contrasts with February of 2022, when Musk rushed Starlink terminals into Ukraine just days after Russia's invasion. Elon Musk's trip to Israel comes amidst an exodus of advertisers from the social media site X, formerly Twitter, after Musk tweeted his support for a user's racist, anti-Semitic comments attacking Jewish people and promoting a far-right anti-immigrant conspiracy theory. In Vermont, a 48-year-old man accused of shooting 3 Palestinian college students pleaded not guilty Monday to 3 counts of attempted second-degree murder. He allegedly shot the students from his porch as they walked by. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland said the FBI is investigating whether the shooting was a hate crime. 2 of the students remain hospitalized. Hisham Awartini, who was shot in the spine, has reportedly lost feeling in the lower part of his body. He's a Brown University student. We'll have more on this story after headlines. Here in New York, a former senior State Department official has pleaded not guilty to hate crime and stalking charges after a viral video showed him harassing and threatening a halal food cart vendor with violent, racist, Islamophobic language. Stuart Seldowitz served as deputy director of the U.S. State Department's Office of Israel and Palestinian Affairs from 1999 to 2003. He was a national security advisor under former President Obama.
National security advisor under President Obama, this guy. Yeah, and I saw this video. It went viral. It was all over the place. This guy making the comments. It was like 2 days in a row, like, come back messing with this guy. And so I guess, you know, because it went viral, people looked up to see who he was, and now he's getting in trouble. This is what happens. It's like you have freedom of speech. That doesn't mean it's not gonna be consequences for what you said.
In Washington, D.C., a group of state lawmakers, Palestinian rights advocates, and supporters have launched a hunger strike demanding a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. On Monday, they gathered outside the White House for the 5-day peaceful action. This is Rana Abdelhamid, a former candidate for Congress, an Egyptian-American community organizer from Queens, New York.
Over the past couple of weeks, we have seen an incredibly harmful uptick in violence impacting across all of our communities. When we normalize the deaths and murder of Palestinian people vis-a-vis our foreign policy, we normalize death and violence here in the United States across all of our communities. We need to understand that violence only allows for more violence. What we need is negotiation. What we need is diplomacy. What we need is human rights and for all families to be able to be safe, to return safely, to not have to endure more bombing, more violence, and more destruction.
And they've extended the I don't know if she said it already or if she's gonna say it, but they extended it for another 2 days. Today, Monday, today is Tuesday. It should have ended, the ceasefire should have ended on Monday, but they agreed to extend it for another couple of days, and they're working on extending it even further. So as long as they keep on exchanging hostages, the ceasefire will continue. So that's good news, and let's hope that it's somehow, the fighting won't start up again.
Activist and actor Cynthia Nixon, best known for her role in Sex and the City, is among those who joined the hunger strike. Nixon, a former candidate for New York governor, also spoke Monday.
We are hunger striking as a way of amplifying that, yes, that Palestinians are being bombed and killed, but they're also being starved, and so many of them are on the brink of starvation.
The United Nations Secretary General has once again called on nations to act to prevent a catastrophic rise in global temperatures. Antonio Guterres spoke to reporters in New York Monday ahead of the COP28 UN Climate Summit, which opens later this week in Dubai. Over the weekend, Guterres visited Antarctica to witness firsthand, quote, the deadly impact of the climate crisis. Guterres warned sea ice along Antarctica's coast is now 1.5 million square kilometers below average for this time of year, while southern sea ice is melting 3 times faster than the rate in the early 1990s. President Biden will not attend the World Leaders Summit at COP28 in Dubai next weekend. The White House has not officially confirmed whether Biden will make an appearance at the UN Climate Summit at a later date. Biden's attended the last 2 COP summits and just this month said climate change was, quote, the ultimate threat to humanity. COP28 is expected to be the largest summit yet, with some 70,000 delegates and world leaders and senior officials from nearly every nation in the
Well,
world.
that's funny. He called unvaccinated Americans the greatest threat to everything not but about a year ago.
Yeah, the politicians, everything is the greatest threat to everything, and every election is the most important election of your lifetime. Like, that's just kind of what politicians say.
Well, you know, personally, I think we shouldn't go to a summit in Dubai. I don't think our major politicians should set foot in Dubai until they stop throwing gay and trans people off those big-ass towers.
Yeah, I don't know why people like to big up Dubai like it's such a great place. And I talked to people who've been there, and like I've talked to Muslims who've been there, and they're like, the Muslims don't behave like Muslims there in Dubai. Like, they do all kind of debauchery, and they're not following their religion at all. They're just, wilding the hell out. It's like a place you go to do debauchery.
If you have enough money. If you don't have enough money, they will come down on you like a ton of bricks,
Yeah,
or toss you onto the bricks.
So yeah, that's what it is. It's a playground for the rich.
I mean, you understand what I'm referring to, right? You remember what happened? The gay influencer took some pictures of himself shirtless in Dubai.
Oh yeah, I do remember
within
that.
24 hours, ended up tossed off the balcony.
Yeah, I do remember that.
And another one's like in jail right now for doing the exact same thing, posting shirtless photographs from a balcony in Dubai. Also a gay influencer.
Yeah, well, they're not with that.
I mean, what do you want to bet? What do you want to bet if Tate or someone like that was taking pictures of himself shirtless, like he does quite often? He wouldn't be in any trouble.
I don't know. Maybe not, but maybe he would be if it's in Dubai. I don't know, but it's all about being gay. So they have a problem with gay folks over there. So that's what it is. That's what it is. You know, we are a lot more tolerant to stuff like that over here in the States. You know, but who's to say what's right and what's wrong?
There's a difference between tolerant and supportive is not the word. Encouraging. Say we've gone to being supportive or tolerant past supportive to encouraging of stuff like that.
Yeah. So Dubai, they're not trying to go down that road at all. They're like,
oh well, they
no.
claim they're still under Sharia law, even though, as you were saying, as we're saying, if you got enough money, those laws can be well, let's say they don't ignore those laws, but let's just say the people paying attention aren't looking at the people that have enough money to do it.
Let's move on to this. So check this out. It says HISD's mysterious payments to Superintendent Miles sparked concerns of conflict of interest. It says about $64,000 was awarded to Superintendent Mike Miles over the course of 3 payments on June 28th and June 30th, according to HISD online check registry, raising concerns about a conflict of interest in violation of board policy. District policy in defining a conflict of interest states that no employee, including a superintendent, can be involved in business that is paid for using district funds. Miles' daily wages under the interim contract were set at $1,473 to align with former Superintendent Millard House's prorated salary of $360,000. District officials said at the time, but his salary was raised to $380,000 a year after the board issued his permanent contract. Man, who knew these freaking superintendents was getting paid so freaking much? Wow. That's well over
$1,400 a day. Crap, man. I gotta tell you the truth, man. The last 5 or 8 years, that's been about just short of what I make a month.
So it says a curious payment that appeared on Houston ISD's financial ledger was made to appointed Superintendent Mike Miles to cover his moving expenses and temporary contract at the beginning of his tenure, HISD officials said. About $64,000 was awarded to Miles over the course of 3 payments. HISD Communications Chief Leela Walsh, in response to questions from the Houston Chronicle, said that Miles was paid $42,000, almost $43,000, on June 30th for his work between June 1st and June 22nd, when the state-appointed board managers approved his permanent contract, and $25,000 in moving expenses. 2 other checks for $14,000 and $6,000 were issued to Miles in error and voided in June, Walsh said. So, in error? Yeah, I don't know. This guy's coming in like a hammer in HISD.
Okay, they gave him $25,000 for moving expenses.
Yeah.
That's reasonable. That's often tacked on as part of agreements.
Yeah.
But the rest of it, which they're talking about, the rest of it adds up to 62, but already says was voided.
Yeah, so down here,
technically
why is it a story if it was voided? Yeah.
Why? No, they're using the 62,000 for clickbait when the question is 25,000, and there's 20,000 a year difference between the salaries, so that would be the extra check.
Yeah.
For about $6,000, that covers what, about 3-4 months, which would be about up to date to where this is. Now, mind you, yes, it should be looked at, but it looks to me like they're screaming 40, 50,000 Okay, let's see. 42. Okay,
Well,
that adds up to the math, the 42,000. Now the 25 might be in question because moving expenses should be part of his initial contract payout. But they may have paid that out. They may have had him pay for his move or had him move and then go, here's 25 on that.
to reimburse him, because that's how it works. You know, he had to come from wherever he had to come from, and it was probably a part of the package that they would pay for his moving expenses.
Isn't this guy down from like South Dakota or something like that?
Don't give me the line. I am not going to say. I don't know.
I don't know if this is the same guy.
It's the guy who took over HISD.
The one that's there for the he was assigned, not he was
Right.
the one that was assigned. Yeah, so he's like from North or South Dakota.
Yeah. So I think that, you know, he's coming in like a hammer on HISD, and it's kind of making waves. So they probably just want to, you know, draw attention to him to, I don't know, get some of the heat off of them.
If you put bumps in the rug, it's easier to pull out from under them later if you need to on the news or, oh, well, he's not doing right, so we're getting him out. We still have to keep this advisory board going on for another few years, but until then, we're going to find someone else. This is starting to smell like a long-term deal, not a 2, 3, or 4 year kind of situation, and then give it back over to the state.
Right. So maybe they can cut it short. You know what I
So it's
mean? Maybe,
starting to sound more like an occupation than a rebuild.
yeah, that's what it sounds to me too. Let me read some comments. It says, money hungry, cares nothing for HISD or the kids in the schools. He failed in Dallas. I pray he fails again. Another one, it says, grifting in the Greg Abbott state-sponsored takeover of HISD. Gosh, I did not see that coming. Another one, now this doesn't scream corruption by the TEA. The Federal Education Agency needs to investigate this. Another one, it says, that's almost the salary of the U.S. president. He's making all this money, but cut the stipends of the SPD science and math teachers, taking money out of teachers' pockets to pay him extra. Shame. Another comment, it says $25K to move, 250 million down, 145, but special education teachers' critical shortage stipends was cut by 4K without warning. Another one, 25K in moving expenses. What do they give to distant teachers who sign into that mess? Another one, why is this dude getting paid 380K in the first place, and yet he still needs 65K on top? Wow. Another one, it says he got paid more for 1 month of work than some teachers in smaller districts make in a school year. Another one, he says, why the F is his salary 15 times the employee average, reform and jail time? Another one, 25K to move from Dallas to Houston, and what the F does he get moving allowance? So they're saying he came from Dallas. But I don't know, you know, even if it was from North Dakota or wherever, I mean, versus Dallas, I mean, the amount for the move is the amount for the move. I don't know that just because it was from Dallas, it would be any less, you know.
I'm sorry, I just wasn't thinking.
Dude, I mean,
It was.
that's reasonable for someone on that high end of the money situation. They're going to hire really good movers. They're going to hire really good packers. They got to put all of their stuff in the truck. They're probably moving expenses probably covers any rental he has, meaning deposits and all of that stuff.
Yeah. So for the new place, like he's got to pay for the new place.
If you look into corporate salaries, 25,000 is not an unreasonable moving allowance / bonus.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so either. I agree with you.
I mean, yes, it's big, but when we're talking, it's less than 10% of his salary. I mean, I've seen them go up to 10% of salary before.
Joe Burr says corrupt ass system. Let's go on to this. It said,
The whitest sounding black dude. What was that about?
yeah, earlier we played a clip from the videos that got the most views in the last 28 days. And one of the comments was that it was on the video about the water. I don't know if you saw it, or you may have even been in the show when I played that, about the guy who was giving away the free water. Well, anyways, I did a clip from that, and that was one of the comments that people made about the guy who was giving away the free water, saying he's the whitest sounding black guy.
Oh, I thought Bryant Gumbel showed up in this house for somehow.
Let's move on to this one. Check it out. It says, CEO, we need to cut costs. Accountant, okay, we paid you $50 million last year. We spent $2 million on your private jet flights and luxury hotel accommodations. For some reason, you are being paid $1 million for this 45-minute meeting. CEO, I see. Who's that in the hallway? Accountant, that's Greg. He's the only thing keeping this company from falling apart. We pay him in nickels and Grubhub gift cards. CEO, fire Greg. Get Greg out of here. That's the problem. Greg is the problem. Shit. We want to get this under control. Get Greg out of here, man. Shit. Y'all talking about how much I'm getting paid. Get Greg up out of here, and then, you know, maybe we can balance some books around here. Comments, it says, get Greg and his Greglets. Another one that says, Greg has been a drain on this company for years. Another one that says, see this in action in higher ed too. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that we talk about all the time. And it's like, so it's a microcosm of the big picture, because it's like, you know, we talk about, you know, it's always like the guy at the bottom wants to get paid $15 an hour, and we just can't do that because we can't afford it. But then the CEO is getting paid like millions of dollars, 50 million a year or whatever, you know, compensation packages left and right or whatever. You know, we can't cut none of those, you know, but paying somebody $15 an hour, we just can't do it.
Well, I'm not going to say this is a defense of all of that and everything, but something that people don't understand perspective of too is, and this comes along with the people that are all like, you know, the employee should share every single bit of the money and profits made and all that. It's like, when you get down to it, you got Greg, $15 an hour and all that stuff, and Tom and Joe. And if Greg and Tom and Joe leave, get fired, fuck up, then Greg and Tom and Joe, there's an infinite resource pool to rehire somebody. They're the only ones that lose their job. If a CEO fucks up and does badly, the whole company goes down. So you also have to look at responsibility and risk to the company, and how much that CEO is bringing in, keeping things holding down. Now, mind you, I still 100% agree that them fat cats make way too damn much. But to be fair, on the other end, it is not unreasonable that they do get paid a significant amount. Because, like I said, if Tom fucks up, loses his job, he loses his job. He can go down the street and get another one. A CEO fucks up a company, everybody loses their job, or half the people lose their job, hundreds of people lose their job, and then he, now having screwed up, has only one option. He can't go back into corporate life, so he's got to go into government.
That's not true. Them dudes, I've seen many stories where these dudes screw the damn company up. They get a golden parachute, and then they get another job, CFO, CEO of another company. Like right after fucking up the whole ass company, bringing it to bankruptcy, just like destroying that shit. He gets his golden parachute, and then he gets another job on another company right afterwards. Big fat
Well,
cash out.
Again, while we have seen that, you can't say that every time. You can't say all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an exception to the rule. That is not a rule. And a lot of it has to do not with the job they did, because if you'll notice, the next job that they get doesn't put them in that kind of a money situation or responsibility. They're hired for one reason: who they know. Contracts, relationships with other high-end members in business. That's why those guys keep getting paid. That's how they can get back in even when they fuck up bad. But I guarantee you, they never get that level of responsibility again. But hey, you know, I work for so-and-so paper company, and this guy just screwed up, you know, his company, but he has a relationship with several hundred people that buy large amounts of paper. Now he still retains value. And that's what you got to look at on those. Remember I asked that about the whole Hunter Biden thing. To hell with all this laptop, to hell with all this, oh, he took this, he took that. What I want to know is, if they paid him those millions, what specifically was his value to that company that they paid him for? And I guarantee you, when it comes to Hunter Boy, half of that answer, or almost all of those answers, are going to be access to the big guy.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of that goes. That's called corruption. Let's play this. Check it out.
A 7-year-old airlifted to ECU Health Medical Center after being shot by an 8-year-old relative.
An Elkhart family is grieving tonight after their 15-year-old child was accidentally shot to death over the weekend.
16-year-old Shakori Smith died last month after police say a 15-year-old friend accidentally shot him.
A 2-year-old is dead after finding a gun.
This is now the third accidental shooting involving a child since
a
Friday.
6-year-old student shot a teacher with a
Just this
handgun.
week, an Indiana toddler caught on a doorbell camera playing with a gun like it
Tyler
was a toy.
Ellis, you see here, is the second teen from the school lost to gun violence in the last month.
Something I never want to relive ever again. I get that phone call in my mind every single day.
Go home and look at your own kids in the eye and think, would I want that to happen to them? Because it could happen.
Their son Christian was shot in the chest while at a friend's house where a gun was not locked up.
In 2018, Kristen Song lost her 15-year-old son, Ethan.
Ethan Song was shot to death at the home of another teen boy. Police say no adult was present.
The ER doctor looked at me and said, "Mrs. Song, your son is unrecognizable. He was shot in the head. And my fear is if you see him in that condition, that you will never return from the darkness."
News tonight out of Goldsboro. A 7-year-old airlifted to ECU Health Medical Center.
So it says guns are a leading cause of death for U.S. children. And then it says the NRA spends $10 million a year lobbying against gun safety legislation. Brave New Films posted this. Their caption is 266 children have been killed by guns in 2023 alone. Let's read some comments. It says, if Republicans actually wanted to protect children, gun regulation would be their number one priority. Another comment, it says, where is Ted NRA-sponsored Cruz? Haven't heard from him lately. Another one, it says, gun regulation is needed. Stop killing our children. Vote. Let's read a couple more. It says, and they're a nonprofit. Another one that says only remotely true because of their inclusion of 17 to 19-year-old gang members' deaths as children. Well, you call them, they're teenagers, so they're technically children. So that doesn't. Anyways, another one, it says guns are also unfortunately part of American culture. Fathers teach sons to be men by learning how to fire a gun. Another one, it says, yes, the Second Amendment is the issue created a time before automatic weapons and certainly not intended for this type of insanity. Couple
You know,
more. Go ahead.
this is another one where it's really friggin' annoying to me because, first of all, they don't have, we're skipping 2022 and 23 for data on this. But did you know that the claim that they're the cause of death for children in 2020 and 2021, it's only true if you select the age range of 1 to 19 years old. Okay, now whether you might find that, interesting, and now this range excludes infants under 1 year old who have their own unique risk of age-specific causes. But did you know that dropping that range from 19 to 17 alters the result to where children 17 and under have a greater risk of dying in vehicle-related injuries? So again, we've got manipulation of statistics for headlines, for to produce fear. I mean, that's something, I still remember when I was going to school, they had rifles and shotguns in the back windows of their car all the time, the trucks. And we really didn't have that many mass shootings. The problem is the correlation being gun equals shooting. I mean, why aren't we addressing why there's been such a diminishment of the value of human life? How do we address that culturally instead of property? I mean, if the only way you can think of doing it in a cultural way is to disarm people that did nothing wrong, then what you're saying is, one, you're going to provide for the security of the people. Well, we can tell the government's done a really good bang-up job of that so far. And you, or the government, the politicians, assume no responsibility if someone gets hurt as a result of their policies. So if your rights and civil liberties and your ability to defend yourself are reliant completely based on whether or not someone abuses their rights, then what the hell are your rights? Your rights are forfeit. You're saying my rights are forfeit because other people abuse theirs. So what you really have is no rights, just privileges given by the government that can be taken away at their whim. Right back to the situation of authoritarianism and totalitarianism, which is why we have an amendment to have weapons in the first place, so the government does not begin to take on such a powerful stance.
I would argue that it's true that we have privileges that they could take away at any moment for the most part. But I would also argue that, policy changes can and should be implemented that don't necessarily mean taking away the guns. You can do stuff like have insurance, force these people to have insurance and cover, if someone got hurt with the gun, they got to cover it. So you got other things you can do related to safety of the weapons as far as how they're locked up and
all of these people who's got these kids swinging around those guns, every single one of them needs to be charged with not securing that weapon.
Yeah, that's what I was about to lead to is hold the parents accountable whenever, especially when it's school shooting that happens and it was, the kid got a hold of a weapon.
Now we have to start looking too at the older kids who have the ability to bypass security measures. Now, when we're talking about these young kids finding the guns loose and stuff like that kid right there, that's insane. And whoever left that gun to where that kid had the ability to go swinging it around in that hall like that, they need to be spanked. Matter of fact, they need to get regular visits every couple of months from CPS for like 6 months to a year to make sure that they are not endangering their child and everyone else.
Yeah.
Because that is irresponsible. See, that's the problem. People that are irresponsible, people that are doing badly, are the ones that are going to be getting everyone else punished. I'm getting grounded because John Boy's a dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what have we said about all the coaches that sit there and go, "Oh, well, you don't feel like running today? Well, guess what? Then everyone has to run twice as much."
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're punishing people that don't deserve to be punished because of the actions of people that need to be held accountable. And that's the thing. Accountability is what needs to be answered right now. I'm not even mentioning things like the weak ass cops like in Uvalde and stuff like that and the illusion of security that they're placing with all these former donut eating overweight motherfuckers that they're putting in the school going, they'll protect them. Well, shit, they can't outrun the average fifth grader. So how are they going to protect anything?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but at the same time, you got places like Alief, whose chief of student police was pulling kids off into a hallway with no camera, slamming them up against the wall, and then telling them, yeah, try it, take a swing at me, as he's got his hand on his gun. So now we also have abusive police that are being put in charge of situations in schools. I mean, that's the reason why there's no easy answer to this, is because every single answer comes up with a problem. And do you really think that if a politician says, "Oh, well, nobody can have guns except bad guys," okay, well, the next time someone gets shot and there's nobody around to answer, next time someone takes advantage of that policy, who gets held accountable? Nobody. Despite the fact that the politicians were the ones that literally created the danger which happened in that situation. I mean, but then again, I'm all for the fact of sweeping out every single one of our politicians right now and bumping them off into, say, okay, no one currently working in Congress is allowed to work in Congress for 8 years. Get some fresh blood in there.
Let's move on. Check this out. It says 1990s middle-class family lifestyle means 3-bedroom house, 2 cars, annual family road trip holiday, every 5 years overseas holiday. The 2 to 3 kids go to solid 4-year colleges. Something like home roof repairs is financially non-catastrophic. In 2022, I've described a $400K a year plus household. Yeah, so
I don't know a single family in the 90s that was doing that wasn't in the $300,000-$400,000 a year category either.
Yeah.
Well, all that shit washed down in the 80s when corporations started when corporate greed started taking over, when places with big corporations, everyone started moving there, like California, big cities, stuff like that. That's when this shit started. When they literally sued someone who was not maximizing the profits for his company, when the shareholders sued them because they weren't maximizing profits. And now it's a law to where if the corporations don't maximize profits, they can be held in fiduciary negligence. You know, that they're negligent with making the money. And that's part of the problem because, you know, at one point, corporations were happy to throw money to nonprofit stuff. They were happy to make a little bit less money, but create a higher quality product because they had that leeway. They were allowed to. Now, all you have to do is have a couple of stockholders start yelling and go, "Hey, man, you're not making as much money as you could. You're doing wrong. We're going to fire you because you're not doing your job that's a responsibility to the stockholder." The thing is, up until then, companies were run with a responsibility to the consumer. And that's where our focus broke. We started focusing on the people that owned the companies, the people that threw their money into it. We stopped looking at, you know, well, if we keep the consumer happy, they'll keep coming back. We'll continue to make. We may not make 110%, but we can make 65, 75, 80%. Our stocks will trickle up slowly, but we have a guaranteed customer base. We've got loyal customers. They're not looking for 20 cents less for a different product because our product is so blasted bad that, who cares? Might as well buy the dollar store brand. Might as well get the high quality item off of Wish because Wish is gonna end up in the long run. I can get 3 of them off of there instead of buying one. And that's just that's how we slowly lost it in America with the corporations.
Yeah, so now the business model is just stock buybacks.
I mean, I remember when the food companies made like breakfast cereal. Well, just generally breakfast cereal. They used to make breakfast cereal that actually tasted good. It wasn't just so damn jammed with sugar and stuff like that it made you an addict. Yeah. Now they want you to become addicted to their flavors and stuff like that because that's the only way to guarantee your corporate loyalty is to get you to the point where if you don't use their products, you don't feel right anymore.
Wow, that's crazy. Making the kids addicts. Let's read some comments. It says, really? I raised my family in the 90s. We never went on vacation and certainly never went out of the country. In fact, no family that I knew ever went out of the country. Another comment, it says, inflation is one of the number one enemies. We need to stop pumping so much money into the economy, encourage financial education, education on economics, and alls just encourage common sense that would tell you certain places have lower cost of living than others. Another one, it says, well, TBF, the home roof repairs is not that big of a deal for a $400K a year household because they still can't buy a house. So that's on the landlord. Another comment that says, yeah, I don't know anyone who had all of that. That sounds rich to me. That's not the middle class. Written by someone who doesn't actually know what middle class is. Here's a description. It's a student loan because parents can't afford tuition, rare vacations, only the necessities, after school jobs, 2 kids to a bedroom, hand-me-downs. Literally, this kid is entitled and clueless. Another one, it says, that was not the 90s. I knew. Never been overseas. No annual road trips. Another comment, it says, I call BS. College tuition has gone wild. Vacations every year and overseas vacations every 5 years was not a middle-class thing ever. Another one, very misleading. In the 90s, our 3-bedroom house was dated and in need of repairs. Our annual road trips were up north to visit the grandparents. We never dreamed of going overseas. The kids spent 2 years in community college, then worked their way through the next 2 years while we provided transportation. A hot water heater would mean mom and dad couldn't go out for a meal for 4 months. A roof meant no Christmas or birthday presents. Couple more. It says, encourage non-voters, 2/3 of the voting population, to vote on all political elections. 100% voter turnout equals lobbyists in government. People before profits. Another one, in the 1980s, it was all that and only one person had a job. But if the spouse did work, it was just extra fun money for the family. And the daycare didn't completely use up the second income. I know this all sounds impossible, right, Gen Z? But trust me, from Gen X, that was the home I grew up in. The GOP has allowed the corporate oligarchy to bury the American dream. But in return, we got big screen TV, smartphones, and social media. So there's that. You can't just blame the GOP, I would say.
That's exactly why I turned back on for, man.
Yeah, you it's both of them. It's 2 wings, same bird, and they work together on this shit. So the Democrats have been in charge multiple times since the 80s.
Here's the way I look at it too. In just the last few years, we all thought that the left party was the party of peace, the party of not wanting to start shit, the party of, hey, let's work this out. Yet,
then Obama dropped more bombs than.
not only did he drop more bombs, he was on a plane flying to accept the Nobel Peace Prize and ordered airstrikes on 7 countries on his way to accept the Nobel Peace Prize. That's aside. That's another one that gets me my goat. If that man had any respect for peace, he would have stood there on that stage and said, "With what I had to do today, I failed, and I cannot accept this award." That would have gotten me to vote for him a second time.
Yeah.
That would have been enough to turn my head and vote for him the second time. But here's the funny thing. The whole 4 years while everyone was trying to undermine the sitting president and indict him and impeach him for stuff that he did, starting to try to impeach him a year and a half before the incident occurred that they actually got him for, he stopped dropping bombs. Well, no, he didn't stop. He curtailed. He backed off. He got us pulled out. His idea was to get us out of all these freaking wars. His idea was to save trillions of dollars in joining a anti-Russian organization that we've been part of, NATO, but for some reason, us being an entire friggin' ocean away, except for one state, which you can see the lights from, we weren't engaging. We weren't going out and starting shit. And what happens within 6 months of this new guy coming in? Bam, here we are, foreign wars again. And by the way, whatever happened to Ukraine?
I know. It fell right off of the news cycle.
News cycle, they've already made moves in Congress to try to cut funding over there. It's in the media, but it's mixed in, it's slid in between all of the Israeli stuff. And the big problem is we've got all these people literally saying Hamas is a great group of people that obviously have not been paying any attention to what's been going on for the last 10 years. I mean, they're not. And I'm not talking about Palestine, mind you. We've all agreed that what's happening to the people there is freaking horrible. I mean, it absolutely is, and it's wrong. But at the same time, we've got the organization that, I remember all this stuff going back to Yasser Arafat, PLO, all of this stuff. I mean, literally all the countries around them hate letting Palestinians move in with them because every time it happens, it ends up becoming aggressive activity.
They said Ukraine was winning the war. What happened to that? Ukraine was winning the war. They're winning the war.
Well, let's put it. Hey, man, they've pushed Russia to potentially reopening their draft. So they're actually grinding them down a little bit. But then now we've got China in Africa. I just saw a headline on this today. I haven't done any follow-up on it, but supposedly there's 4 tribes over in, I want to say Kenya or something like that they're talking about shipping over to China. Telling them, hey, go work for China. They used to be hunter-gatherer culture. Then they were forced to become herder agriculture, and now they're being forced out of that. And of course, they're 4 of the poorest of, I think, the 42 or 43 different tribes in the region. I mean, like I said, this is all base groundwork. I saw one article on it. I haven't seen anything else to back it up or what's on. There's a lot of confusing information going on right now over what's going on as they start to sell certain businesses and things like that going on over there. But at least they're selling off the ones that aren't profitable. They're selling them off and going, "Hey, man, let's sell these off to some corporations that might actually start making money."
Let's move on. Check this out. So this is a advertisement. History Photograph posted this. It says, according to recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarettes. It says when cigarette companies use doctors to push smoking.
Now, remember to mention that this is like 30s, 40s, 50s that this is going on in, that this ad comes from. I think I saw them as late as mid 70s.
Yeah. That's crazy, though. It's crazy. Let's read this. History Photograph. Traditionally, doctors held authority and patients trusted their expertise. As cigarette health concerns arose, tobacco companies strategically used the powerful phrase doctors recommended from the 1930s to the 1950s, associating it with cigarettes. Despite cigarettes causing coughing, tobacco brands hired doctors, often models, to blame issues like dust, germs, and lack of menthol rather than the cigarettes. Lucky Strike, a dominant 1920s brand, was the first to feature a physician in ads, claiming 20,000 physicians say Luckies are less irritating. The advertising firm sent free cigarette cartoons to physicians asking if Lucky Strikes were gentler on sensitive and tender throats, citing a unique toasting process for a smoother smoke. While it may seem shocking to readers, the promotion of cigarettes as healthful, even to young people and expectant mothers, was a common practice.
See, this is a lot more untruth in advertising more than it is direct. It's obfuscation more than true deception, or it is a form of deception. I mean, nowhere in any of that did any of it say it was good. They're just saying more doctors smoke them than any other cigarette. Doesn't tell you how many actually smoke them. And then over here, you've got are less irritating. And that's how they got by with it in advertising, was because they weren't actually lying. They were just not telling you that they were bad for you. And then the doctors come out and go, well, if I'm going to smoke a cigarette, it would be a Camel. You know, if I were to smoke a cigarette, Lucky Strike is going to be less irritating than some of the others.
Right. So, but the reason why I wanted to cover this is because they still do this type of thing to this day. I mean, yeah, they're not straight up lying to you, but it's like confusing. And if you're just a light, like if you're not really paying attention and you just breeze through this thing, then your perception of it is not going to be what they're saying, because they're mincing their words. You know what I mean? So like what I'm trying to say is this hasn't changed. They still do this thing today, constantly.
Yeah, so, I mean, well, first things first, we're one of the only countries in the world that allows medication, high-end medication, to be pushed on TV. I'm not talking about cough syrup, aspirin, stuff like that. I'm talking about this stuff that you can't tell whether or not it's a medicine or a character from Lord of the Rings or something like that. You know, osubasferol, you know, acetaminophen, you know, all that kind of stuff. And what they're doing, and this is one that I've talked about before on a different show, was how they will throw up a list of generic symptoms. Oh, well, I've got body aches. I tend to be a little sleepy sometimes right when I wake up, and I'm a little hungry when I get up too. And because of that, I might have hyperthyroid self-destruction copatism, and that requires this medicine and this medicine only. Side effects up to including death, but don't worry about that. Let's get back to the way that you're feeling right now and how we can help you.
And it's so true that they use those generic ads like every time. That's why I hate the ads and I really try to avoid them, because every damn ad, if you watch the damn ad, you're gonna think you have cancer, like, or whatever the hell it is.
Oh no, that's when you go to WebMD and throw all your symptoms in. That's when it becomes cancer.
Yeah. So like, but
Yeah.
the ad is just gonna be regular ass symptoms that normal people feel that's not sick at all. And you're like, damn, maybe I am sick and I don't know about it. Like,
It's
there's
like,
some old
yeah,
dizziness.
I mean, and what symptoms do they give you? A list of symptoms that occurs because you woke up.
Yeah. A little lethargic, a little bit
It's like
dizziness.
you live, you breathe, therefore you will notice these different things from time to time.
And
And
you
the
need this
more that
drug.
they hit on, the more panic they cause, the more fear, and then they go to the doctors, in which case gives them the opportunity to then pump a whole bunch of high dollar tests and stuff like that
Yeah, so that's
on
what they
you.
say. They say ask your doctor about it or whatever. So if you go in to the doctor and say, "Man, what about this drug right here? Maybe I need it," or something like that. I mean, like, you putting the doctor in a position where he's gonna basically, you want him to prescribe that drug for you. You're like going to the
I've
doctor
I've,
and
I've
telling him
I've
to
got
prescribe it.
I've got restless leg syndrome. I can't pay attention. I can jump higher all of a sudden. I must need LeBronX. The commercial told me.
Yeah. So then the doctor, he's got a lot going on in his life. He's not, like, hey, so you want this drug? Fine, fuck it. Here, take the shit. So let me know how it works out for you. You know?
Oh, it's not just that. It's like, oh yeah, here's a couple of samples of it that the company sent me. Here's a prescription for it. It's only $10 on your copay or $20 on your copay, but the insurance company is going to end up, paying me an extra $20 for it. Or what a lot of pharmacies are talking about now, it's like they are not allowed to tell you you can get that medicine for cheaper once you mention insurance. It's like, hey, I've got insurance, it's like, and I think you actually showed this on the show the other day. I don't think it's one that I saw on my own. It's like the guy's saying, I can give that to the customer for $4. But as soon as they say I have insurance, I am legally bound to no longer tell them that I can do it for less.
Yeah.
I have to give them for the $10 copay, which I then have to pay $7 of it to the drug company, meaning instead of selling that for $4 and getting the $4 out of it, I get $3 and have to pay my $2. So I'm only getting $1 off that prescription instead of $2 if I was to sell it to you without insurance and save you money.
Everybody's getting fucked. Let me read this. It says, when smokers change to Philip Morris, every case of irritation of nose or throat due to smoking either cleared completely or definitely improved. Facts reported in medical journals on clinical tests made by distinguished doctors prove that this better tasting cigarettes is better for you, less irritant to nose and throat. Call for Philip Morris. You
Remember,
see how they did this?
It's not bad for you. It's better than the other.
Yeah. This, what it say? Proof that this better tasting cigarette is better for you, less irritant to nose and throat.
But see, it's not saying it's good for you. It's saying it's better for you than the brands that you changed from.
And up here it says every case of irritation of nose and throat due to smoking either cleared completely or definitely improved. God. Tell me you don't care about people and you just care about making money without telling me you
Now,
don't care about
I'm assuming that you have seen the movie Thank You for Smoking.
I don't think I saw that, no.
Dude. I'm telling you right now, you definitely want to revisit this after you've seen that movie. It is insane, on the money, It is about a guy in the 70s. He's played by Aaron Eckhart, who played Two-Face in the Christian Bale Batman movies. Played Harvey Dent to get it recognized for people. And he is basically the representative of a cigarette company that goes around pitching cigarettes and healthy and stuff like that and things like that. And it shows you it is about how the cigarette industry fooled the friggin' world with doublespeak and stuff like that. I mean, you really need to catch this movie. I mean, you're going to sit through it the whole time going, what the fuck? What the? Oh. But it's a great movie. Well acted, good script, and it makes you sit back and go, what the? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this thing where they was talking about Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz, that they forced her to smoke cigarettes. She was prescribed cigarettes. And she was smoking cigarettes, like, I don't know, hundreds of cigarettes a day while she was filming the movie. And she was underage at this time, by the way. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This one has your dentist recommends cigarettes here. It says, absolutely cure catarrh, cold in the head, asthma, hay fever, etc. Won't you try Marshall's prepared Q-Beeb cigarettes? Craziness. More Dr. Smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Tell him to switch to Cools and he'll be right. Why do so many black people smoke menthol cigarettes? I never liked, when I was a teenager, when I first started smoking cigarettes, it was menthol cigarettes, but as time went on, I was like, I hate these damn things. I can't even stand the smell of them.
You know, a lot of people think that has to do with not euthanasia, but curbing out the black community, because menthol crystallizes their lungs. It makes it harder to and it also stops like menthol-based cough syrups and stuff like that, because you've got such a buildup of menthol, your body's used to it. They don't work for you. And eugenics, yeah, it was part. They think it's part of the eugenics for, you know, trying to get black people hooked on them, and it would kill more of them.
Yeah. So look at this ad right here. It says, "Tell him to switch to Cools and he'll be all right." And then it's like a penguin, and it looks like a black person. Like, I mean, I know it's a penguin, but what I'm saying is, look at the colors there. You know, I don't know. You know, it's and it was like, you're cool, just like the name of the cigarettes is Cool. So it's like you're a cool person. Like, you're cool if you smoke menthol cigarettes. Like you're more, I don't know. I can't even think of the right words for this. Like, you know, jazzy. You're like, I don't know, slide me some skin, Jack, or whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the old terminologies that they would use back in the days. I don't know. It's somehow the marketing was genius, obviously, and somehow got into people's subconscious, and it led to blacks and Hispanics smoking freaking menthol cigarettes, and white people tend to smoke non-menthol cigarettes. How did they do that?
Shay, I put a link to the YouTube. Thank you for smoking. Just the preview trailer on it.
The trailer. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out on my own, because if I share it, they might get me. They'd be tripping on those trailers. So
that's so weird, considering they put them out for public use and dissemination, all the time.
And you would think they would want anybody to play it because it's advertisement for their fucking shit. But no, I've gotten strikes before behind fucking playing trailers. So I avoid them. They got some proprietary, whatever you call it. They got some protected shit in there.
We need to get you one that flips the video, so it gives you your 15% minimum difference.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And they're doing the same shit with the advertisements. So this shit hasn't changed. People look at these old advertisements and they're like, this crazy. How could they fall for that or whatever? But you're falling for it right now. They're doing it to you right now with some other product. And they've gotten better at it. It's like they can straight up lie to us. Let me play this.
Senate Democrats are currently debating this idea of whether to place conditions on the funding. One of the arguments in favor is that Congress does this for nearly every other country that it gives foreign military assistance to. What is your response to that?
I think it's ridiculous. Our relationship with Israel is the closest national security relationship we have with any country in the world. And to condition, in effect, our assistance to Israel on their meeting our standards, it seems to me, is totally unnecessary. This is a democracy, a great ally of ours, and I do not think we need to condition the support that hopefully we'll give to Israel very soon.
On Israel funding.
Yeah, so just give them endless amounts of money with no conditions. You can use the money however you want, and hey, we're rolling in the dough over here. You need some more money, we'll give it to you. Use it however you want. No
and
conditions.
meanwhile, they fund 2 years of education, and they fund healthcare for their country. Yet the same money that we send to all of these places, we could cut it by 20%, the amount of money that we send, and cut our defense budget by 10%. And that would be enough money. I would say let's not even approach at that point in time trying to get all that fixed. Let's take all of that money and throw it toward our debts.
At the very least.
Because right now, what's going on is we are acting like a teenager that gets its first freaking credit card. First thing we're doing, we're maxing that up to the point where our salary barely pays the interest. So once we get to the point where we can't keep up with that interest anymore, that's when we're going to start. That's when we become a third world country. And that's what they're leading us to right now.
No, we just get another credit card and we pay that other credit card with that credit card.
That's just it. There are no more credit cards anymore. The only credit cards we have are actually starting to use our own resources. All the stuff that Biden shut down, all the stuff that was opened up and changed and all of that previously and got shut down, the economy started doing well. All of a sudden, no. And, yes, there's a whole pandemic in the middle of that. I mean, that all has to be taken account for. But we immediately started respending as soon as that little 4-year hiatus was over of the orange guy. We literally said, screw everything he tried to do. Just because he touched it, it was bad. Let's go back to our former amount of spending. And while we're over there, why don't we punch Putin in the face?
And send some money to Ukraine, to Israel. Who else wants some money? Let's send some money to, I don't know, name a country. Let's send some money to them.
You have water, we have cash. Cash for the water, cash for it. We don't even need to make money. We just need war there. We need wash our money. We have some $15-20 trillion in money that we grafted between the lockdown and the wars, and he took away our way to wash it. The orange guy stopped us from being able to launder our money. What the hell?
Right. So we're gonna start 2, 3, 4 wars now because of that. We can launder even more money now. How about that? Take that, orange guy.
And I don't remember which one, but either BlackRock or Vanguard, one of them that owns like huge chunks, they're not even a publicly traded company.
Yeah.
That's a monopoly they should start looking into right there.
Yeah, so you don't even know, like, the money, the stuff is not on the books. So you can't even look at this stuff. Like,
I mean, they don't have to keep
money. Tell me it's money laundering without telling me it's money laundering. You can't even look at what's coming, what's going. You can't even look at that shit.
Because I'll tell you right now, with the way everything's going with rebuilding and shit like that, I'd take every penny that I had and start investing into some of those companies. Because they're never going to do anything but go up.
It's crazy. Let me read this. CBS News posted this. It says, when asked if there should be conditions written into an aid package for Israel, GOP Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell called the thought ridiculous, adding that Israel and the U.S. are close allies and conditions would be totally unnecessary. Comments, it says, veterans are sleeping outside in the cold, but we have money for Israel. Another one, they are slaughtering children and innocent people. There should be conditions. Another comment, 18,000.
I'm getting so tired of hearing that.
Let me read this one. It says 18,460 murdered civilians, 4,000 murdered women, 8,000 murdered children, 6,000 injured, including amputees, 1,730,000 people displaced, 22 destroyed hospitals, 266 damaged schools. Israel is a terror state, and if it were up to me, they wouldn't get a single red cent of our tax money. Another one, if Israel is our closest ally, we're on the wrong team. Stop lying to us. Stop using taxpayer dollars. We don't need Israel. Stop funding the killing of children. We're better than this. One more. Can you give that money to us so we can have universal health care and cancel student loan debt? Why are Israel's priority over Americans?
That's another one I'm getting tired of. Cancel student loan debt. No. Tell you what, we'll take 2 years of the equivalent of community college off of it. Everything from there on is your choice. You chose those degrees. You can't get a job with the degree you chose because you chose badly. I mean, I know people with degrees that could be getting paid but are bitching about it, yet they're not working in the field. I mean, I know people that have medical degrees that aren't working in the medical field. And they're screaming, oh, tuition I want my money back. Why? You know, you got 100,000 people getting degrees for which the entire United States demand for that degree is less than 2,000. I mean, we were lied to when we were told that any degree you'll get paid. And then we got lied to again when we go into these things. And I'm sorry, take a good look at Houston Community College over the last 30 years. Take a look at how they went from a little hole-in-the-wall college to owning billions of dollars in resources, into owning 20, 30 buildings around town, including high-rises. You can't tell me they're a nonprofit organization. Matter of fact, the last building that they bought, they could have taken the loan and paid for it without getting city bond money. Yet they hit everyone within the HCC district for an extra 0.25% taxes because, well, we're the community school. We can do that. We're a nonprofit, or actually, no, I wouldn't even call them nonprofit because that would justify it. They call themselves a not-for-profit. Take a look at the salaries of everyone that runs one of those buildings. Take a look at the salaries of all of those departments. I mean, it's a corporation. It's not a school. It's not a community college. It's corporate college.
Let me play this. Check this out.
Guy opened the emergency exit and then jumped onto the wing. Crews eventually pulled him out of a service truck before he was taken into custody. The man was taken to the hospital. Authorities say he suffered a mental health emergency.
He put something on the plane and he jumped out the exit window.
Go, y'all. Go, y'all. Go, y'all.
Some alarming moments on a Southwest Airlines flight getting ready to take off Sunday night from New Orleans. A guy opened the emergency exit and then jumped onto the wing. Crews eventually pulled him out of a service truck before he was taken into custody. The man was taken to the hospital. Authorities say he suffered a mental health emergency.
Well, of course, without really being able to see, I'm going to say right off the bat, this guy is Middle Eastern or black or something like that.
Yeah.
And how do I know? Because they didn't say a white man was pulled off the plane.
Yeah. Well, I know because I saw this somewhere else. This went viral. I think he's Arabic or whatever, because people thought that he was throwing a bomb. See, they showed somebody there get handcuffed. And because the people thought that he was putting a bomb on the plane. Imagine how hectic and crazy that was for the people who were there on the plane.
I'm 100% telling you right now that I believe within the next year, we're going to have another large mass terror incident in the borders. I think they've already tried a couple that have gotten stopped or slowed down because it's real simple. There's all kinds of cyber laws and stuff like that they want to get in place that they can't right now because freedom, because people don't trust that. And the best way to get those laws passed is exactly what they did in September of 2001. Crash a couple of planes into buildings, make something happen like that, make us be afraid of outside threats that have come in our house, and we will give up our freedom to allow the government to keep a better eye out for stuff like that.
Yeah, man, that's scary talk right there, man. Let's hope that's not true.
Well, you got to understand that act, the Patriot Act, some form of the Patriot Act had been voted down every single year since before we got involved in World War I. Literally every single year, some form of the Patriot Act came up, and this is all documented in the stuff. They just change it around and reintroduce it. And it all got voted down until 9/11. And after that happened, it literally was passed within a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and man. Everyone's sitting there, everybody's got to sit there and go right now going, yeah, I think maybe we shouldn't have done that. I think that made things go a little too far.
And that's just one of the things they did. They created a whole nother branch of the not a branch of the government, but a whole nother department of the government, Homeland Security. And it's like they talk about big government. It's like the government got
exponentially
bigger.
And originally, they were not a part of any other agency. They were above any other agency. They didn't just bring in a new law enforcement agency. They brought one in and said, yo, FBI guys, you answer to them. You give them all the information. Marshals, you give them CIA, you got to work with. Everybody has to work with them. They are now in control because they're going to be the ones that filter all of this separate knowledge into one, and then they'll be recommending the cases and stuff like that are high priority to the government.
Let me read this. It says ABC 7 New York. It says a Southwest Airlines passenger remains hospitalized after opening an emergency door and jumping out of the plane while it was still on the tarmac in New Orleans. Tap the link in the bio for more. Yeah, and when I saw this clip online, when it kind of went viral, I thought they were in the air because they was just saying the guy jumped on the wing. He opened the emergency door and jumped on the wing. I was like, what?
To let you know that if they were in the air and flying, he wouldn't have been able to do that. I don't know if it's an altitude trigger or a movement trigger, but once they're in the air, you can't just walk over and jerk that door open like you can like the back door of a restaurant.
Yeah, I know there's pressure, but I saw a clip where a dude did do it in the air, open one of them freaking doors. And a lot of people got hurt as a result.
again, that's got a lot to do. I like I say, I think there's blocks based on altitude or pressure.
Altitude.
Once it reaches certain altitude or once it gets a certain pressure, there's an automatic locking system.
Let's read a couple comments.
It might be speed too.
It says, everybody has just lost their damn mind since 2020. Another one that says, sources say the man was suffering from a mental health emergency. You think? Another comment, I would have been much more impressed if it was while the plane was in the air.
It's Louisiana. I mean, that's the second line you see when you're looking for something messed up. There's Florida man, then there's Louisiana man.
Yeah, I agree with that. It says he left his phone and his girlfriend was going to find it. Another comment, it says, a mental case that should never be allowed to fly again for the safety of everyone else. Another one that says, laughed my ass off. He thought he was Jason Bourne. Another one that says, security needs to step up their game at the airport. Another one that says, Twilight Zone episode. Yeah, everybody that was on that plane is going to remember that incident.
Yeah, and none of this is like security could have done a better job or anything. I mean, you seriously can't sit there, and unless they had profiled him, which is, holy crap, very illegal, you can't just sit there and go, oh, well, we know this guy's going to freak out, jump out, pop open a door, and run out on a wing. That's not something that you can go, well, that's going to happen. We can't let him through.
Couple more. It says, even my car door have a key to fuck. Another one, it says, wonderful, and I'm about to fly with someone on the 7th. Please let me get to my destination without crazy people on my flight, please. And back to the key one. Like, those emergency doors can't be locked. That's the whole freaking point, is it's an emergency door. So if it's locked, then it doesn't serve its purpose. And I can't help but to think about the trains. So, like I said in the other show, the trains are the damn future. I saw this thing where they were talking about making this corridor for, what was it, Washington, D.C., New York. I don't know what all ones were on there. And it was like a corridor of a high-speed train proposed, of course. And like, it would cut down on, because there's a lot of flights that go through there for those people traveling back and forth through there. And you could have a train and you would get to your destination in less time than it would take to do it in a plane.
Dude, just our own 3-city triangle, if you want to include all 4 cities of our major cities on the east side of Texas, that would save a whole lot of driving and plane travel.
Yeah. I think the powers that be, like the airplane industry makes so much fucking money. They're not going to want to, they don't want the train. Same thing
problem
with the
is
car.
the rails. You got to lay the tracks down. And by laying the tracks down, you have to go through, you have to force people to give up their property. You've got to worry about natural habitat, indigenous land, all of that stuff are factors in that, making the price now. If they had done all this back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, back in the day, maybe not such a bad deal. But doing it now, the cost of just the land and forcing people, and yes, I am using that word, forcing people off the land to do it.
They do that already when they widen these freeways and they build these damn highways. It's the exact same thing. Eminent, they just widened I-10 recently. They had to move a whole bunch of people to do that. Buy a bunch of people's houses and shit. It was houses all down through I-10 right there.
Yep, and I that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is the expense that's going to generate. And just because they're doing it already doesn't mean it's okay to keep doing it. I mean, especially when we apply that to other topics like the Middle East right now, or the Ukraine, or stuff like that. We start applying that same argument, that same logic. Now we've got the slippery slope. Or well, it's already happened, and so we might as well.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's going to, it just makes sense. And eventually we're going to do it anyways because it makes sense. It's going to save money. It's going to be better for the environment. It's going to be better for people's commute time. They're going to save less of their time instead of being in the freaking traffic or being at the airport waiting an hour to fucking board a flight. Just get on the train and you're in your fucking destination.
That's just it, though. What you're arguing right now goes against the what they're pushing for green climate. They don't want to build rails. They want to dig up cobalt. They want to dig up freaking. They want to use all this labor. They want to dig up all these future metals and stuff like that right now. They don't have time to get good old iron and steel and lay tracks and stuff like that, because that would be in itself creating more CO2 problems. Instead they want to build solar farms, wind farms.
And they're full of shit because
they want to force us to use technology that's in its infancy still to push that technology forward, because the people that are inventing that technology and are ahead of that technology are the ones who are paying for their campaigns.
Yeah.
It's not about a green, new, better environment. It's about who's putting money. Yeah. It's about taking money away from big oil and moving it to what I'm starting to call big slavery.
Yeah. So, it's the same old shit. And then it's, the same old shit.
I'm sorry. Recently, there was there's been another batch of pictures coming out of the cobalt farms and the magnesium and some of the other farms.
Yeah, I've seen them. And
yeah,
so it's like
they got me on a hot button right now.
But the trains is the answer, man. These high-speed trains, that's the answer. Not these damn electric cars. Period.
We don't even need high-speed trains. Regular speed trains. Regular speed commercial trains can blast through at $1 and a quarter, where we can only drive 60, 75. They can at least cut the time in half.
Yeah, man. And it'll actually be better for the environment too.
Well, except for all the places that are, see, that's the thing. Another thing going on right now is they're undermining the entire idea of the rail system by making sure that once every 3 or 4 months, another train rolls over. A train that shouldn't be carrying something that it's carrying through that area. I mean, what was the last one? Liquid sulfur?
Yeah. Scaring the shit out of everybody.
No, molten sulfur is what it was. And they literally had to completely, of course, there's always the thing of the aliens possibly being real. And they're flipping the train car over. Oh, well, we have to evacuate this town of 250, 300 people. And then here come the Black Ops guys, doing their Doom and doing their Doom and Call of Duty missions, against the bad guys. Why they got all the witnesses out of the way.
Yeah, that sounds like a Men in Black story.
Or they're going in to swap the electronics in the cell towers and things like that. And stuff, so they can, do whatever they're doing, or maybe get a couple of shipments into a facility nearby to rebuild or reestablish. Because if you look at it, a lot of places where this happens is not too far from a military area, and it's not too far from an area where the old phone lines and stuff used to roll. Meaning there's underground bunkers and stuff like that where the phone switching stations and all used to be.
Let's move on to this. We've covered this before in the past, but I want to do it again. Am I sharing? What the hell? Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Check. It says, being taught to avoid talking about politics and religion has led to a lack of understanding of politics and religion. What we should have been taught was how to have a civil conversation about a difficult topic. And that's what we do here on this show. Well, we try to anyway. Sometimes we're not that civil, but we tend to have conversations on really difficult topics here on this show. That's pretty much the bread and butter of this show. That was my intention, because to get people more comfortable having these conversations, because for us to be able to move forward, we have to at least be able to have a conversation about it without wanting to beat each other up or shoot and kill each other. You know what I mean? And it's like, of course we're gonna disagree on things.
Flat out, man. The thing that bothers me the most are these wimpy ass modern bartenders yelling, "No politics or religion at the bars." It's like, dude, what do you think bars are? Bars are the descendants of speakeasies. Speakeasies were named that because they were a place where people of different minds and stuff like that could go and have a talk without having to worry about repercussions in public, or as you say, consequences for their speech. Which I really hate it when people say that, when they use what someone said to be abusive or to shut them down or to make them lose their job or get them followed and doxxed and all that stuff. Because yeah, there are consequences, yes, but who are you to say what the consequences of this dumbass being a Nazi is? It's not up to you to say, this or that, or this guy's a anti poker, so he shouldn't be in anywhere talking to anyone about stuff like that. So we're just going to make sure he can't have a job and stuff. We're going to make sure he can't be on social media. That's not consequences. That's revenge.
And we talk about politics and religion at home with our family, but we're told that it's impolite to talk about these things in public.
Okay, so did you see what Biden and them put out for holiday, right before the holidays? A guide on how to speak with problematic members of your family. They literally put out a thing on how to reword things and how to get gotcha moments on Democratic points in family conversations.
Problematic members. So somebody who doesn't agree with your politics, somebody who's on the other side of the aisle
in your family. How to maintain those, just basically on how to shut them down when they start talking about it. I need to show you the article. I thought I had put it on the Activate page, but that's one of the ones that didn't take.
Yeah, if you share
I've been having a battle on that page.
Yeah, if you share that, I'll cover that. Yeah, so us having these conversations is really important. Something's up with my Facebook page. Hold on. Let me see. It's not. We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. This may be an issue. Something I shared might have kicked me off of Facebook. Anyways, yes, us having these conversations are really important. So that's the whole reason why I do this show, really. And I cover the news and we talk about different stuff or whatever, but the real reason is to create dialogue. And I really love that I have all of the comments going back and forth under the reels that I make, because that's what I'm trying to do. Is I'm trying to induce dialogue, between the different sides, So, the only way we have to move forward as a country together. We have to move forward as a world together. We have to move forward as a people, as a humans together. And that's the only way. As long as we have this bipartisan stuff, and the media really just kind of feeds the bipartisan, the partisan stuff is what I'm trying to say. The media feeds this partisan stuff where we're just kind of like at each other's throats, and then we're not paying attention to what's actually happening. We don't know what policies are being passed or proposed or whatever. We're just too busy saying that the other side is stupid and trying to bring the world to an end or whatever the hell it is you're saying about the other side, instead of looking at where we can find some kind of common ground so we can move forward. Because, the powers that be are going to continue to win as long as we're at each other's throats. You know what I mean? Like, it's really as simple as that. And that the only way is for us to have these conversations on these really difficult topics and get to the point where we're comfortable enough to talk about it. Like, sometimes we're not going to move from the position that we're in or whatever. That doesn't mean anything. They kicked me off of both of my Facebooks now. Both of my Facebook pages are not broadcasting to for some reason. Must have been something I covered or something we said. Screw Facebook anyways. Fuck them. Like I said, we have to have these difficult conversations. Okay. So the most difficult it is, those are the ones that we need to go towards. You know, all of our growth happens at the challenges, right? You know, when someone is pointing out your shortcomings or your areas where you can improve, like the areas where you have the most room to improve are those areas where you're the weakest at or whatever. And those are the sensitive areas. Those are the areas that you get upset when somebody points out your shortcomings or whatever. And if we look at it as a country and we're like, where are our weakest areas? Then that's the stuff that we need to try to have conversations about so that we can move forward in those areas. So, you know, you bring in systemic racism, or you bring in Christian nationalism, you know, or you bring in historical inaccuracies, you know, rewriting history, you know, you bring in like racial or ethnic differences, you know, you bring in immigration, you know, and those are those hot button topics, you know, but that can help us move forward. But instead we talk about like social construct issues, like we talk about I don't know, we talk about LGBTQ or something like that, you know, instead of what policies we can do to move forward. Like just a few minutes ago, we were talking about the trains, right? You know, the mass transit. They want us to be on this Green New Deal stuff where they're just making money off of it and building wider roads and putting more cars on the road. And then we're just still all stuck in traffic. Now we're just stuck in traffic in electric cars. So it's like, I guess it's better because they're self-driving cars and we don't have to pay attention while we're in the damn traffic and realize how long we're freaking stuck in our car and our commute every fucking day, you know? But that's not a real improvement, you know? If we can actually get to our place safely and quickly, you know, then that's an improvement. Us not being stuck in traffic, you know? That would be the trains. Anyways. Let's read the comment. It says, "We are a society of fragile minds. This isn't a young person issue either. We have multiple generations of humans who have been rendered seemingly incapable of critical thought, civil discourse, and changing their mind in the face of evidence. Schooling, distractions, media, all culprits. When you lack accountability or the ability to communicate, you'll see everything as an argument or an attack. Take back control of your mind, your thoughts, and your voice." Boom. It says, when you lack accountability or the ability to communicate, you'll see everything as an argument or an attack. So as soon as someone makes a comment about guns or shooting or whatever, then you start to attack them instead of talking about the issue. It's like we've become less and less capable of actually having, like, we don't know how to communicate anymore, you know? The internet is just full of people freaking attacking each other behind freaking fake profiles and fake pictures and shit. Let's read some comments. It says, "Maybe because religion was meant for people to spiritually connect with God or higher source, but was corrupted by politics and the system for its own means." Another comment, it says, "I used to think being Canadian nice was the best. After the last few years, I've realized it was a farce and actually holds people back from being honest and authentic for fear of not being nice and liked. I'm not saying be a jerk, but I think honesty and authenticity are more important than fake nice to not stir the pot." And that's like how I am. Like I like to be nice, I really do, but sometimes, I have to say what needs to be said, and no matter what, someone's not going to be happy about it. If you're just going along to get along, then there's never going to be an improvement. And the powers that be are going to continue to, run the show. They bank on the fact that you just want to be human, that you don't really want to make waves, that you just want to look out for your, friends and family and get along with your life as best as you can. Meanwhile, they just freaking corrupt everything, screw over everybody. At some point, you have to be rude and be like, so it's like if somebody is stabbing you in the back and you're nice about it, and you're like, can you please stop stabbing me? And then they just keep stabbing you. It's like, can you please? At some point, you're going to have to turn around and be like knock the knife out of their hand, Another comment says, great point. I 100 believe that not discussing these difficult topics completely benefits the policymakers. Kept us quiet, divided, confused. Just a thought looking at it now. And this is what happens. That's why Congress is inept. They don't get anything done. They're too busy arguing about something really dumb, and we should be angry that they're not getting things done. They're not representing us. They're not working for us. Instead, they're just arguing about some silly stuff. And the Democrats are the worst because they're like, it's their fault that we can't get anything done. They're holding us back. Those guys over there on the other side of the aisle, they won't work with us. Our hands are tied, and that's what it's that good cop, bad cop freaking deal where it's like, they're both really working together to keep us in the same position that we're in and not moving forward because they don't want things to change. They got fat cat deals going on. Like I was covering something, I don't know if I covered it in the show. I think I did, where they were talking about Feinstein. She passed away this year, and she left a whole bunch of money to her family. And the question is, where the hell did she get all of this damn money? Like she was just a regular ass politician. Her salary is only like a couple $100,000 a year, but she left like 7 digits worth of freaking money for her family. How did she accumulate so much freaking wealth? And then, when you start going down that road and asking those questions, then you can be like, no wonder the politicians don't want things to change. They're living really, really good. While the rest of us are suffering and struggling, worried about paying the rent and paying for groceries, they're living good. And then they're telling us that we can't get anything done because of some old, BS that's happening across the aisle. Meanwhile, these people, the Republicans and the Democrats, their kids go to the same schools. They hang out with each other, go to the bars and the restaurants and chop it up with each other after they leave. Like they look like they hate each other while they're on the Hill. But after they clock out, then they're chopping it up with them. Their kids are at the same schools. They're going to the soccer games with the same kids. It's all just a song and dance. And meanwhile, we're getting screwed. You should be upset. That should make you mad. It doesn't matter which side you're on. You should be pissed. Let me read this. It says, the thing that I feel like is simple: don't harm, don't hate, don't use, be kind and compassionate. Anything else? Well, that just leads to the most horrible person ends up running the show, because you're not going to want to harm them or hate them, or you're going to want to be kind and compassionate to them. And then they're just going to be, that's the reason why the most horrible people are the ones that's running it.
I just put a link to a People magazine article about the Biden campaign guide on how to avoid MAGA extremism during Thanksgiving.
Okay, I'm gonna read some more comments and then I'm gonna go
Or
to that.
the
Did you see it in the
Gold
private?
Thanksgiving Guide for countering crazy MAGA nonsense at the dinner table.
You sent it in the private chat?
Yeah, I sent the link there.
Okay.
Just let
Let
you
me read
know.
some more comments. It said, another comment, it says, I thought that was the only one who thought this way. I thought that I was the only one who thought this way. Another one, totally agree, facts. Another one, Exactly, it's a brilliant control move pushed into polite society of making these topics socially inappropriate so the masses stay uninformed while the gentry are talking precisely on these topics. Exactly. Us ignorant folks who they think we are ignorant and we don't know anything, you know, they give us the topics to argue about. Meanwhile, they are having these conversations. They are talking about these difficult topics and getting stuff done. That's why the few run us, and the masses are just arguing about silly stuff. Another comment, it says, taught that by people who want to control, I don't listen, liberals. Another one, such a perfect point. It's another one that says, what fun would that be? Another comment, amen. Another comment, it says, maybe because religion was meant for people to spiritually connect. Somebody already posted that. Another one, it says, I used to think being Canadian nice. Damn, why is it repeating? Anyways, I want to read it again. The post, it says, being taught to avoid talking about politics and religion has led to a lack of understanding of politics and religion. What we should have been taught was how to have a civil conversation about a difficult topic, you know.
Well, like I say, that's why they went for the bars and places where people gather and talk first.
Yeah,
I mean, because it stopped us from communicating. And then when you get online, they started splitting us apart, saying, "Hey, if they upset you in any way, if you don't agree with them in any way, then just block them. Doesn't matter. They wouldn't be your friend. How could you be friend? Then I can hold you accountable for your friendship with this person because they say things that I don't like." I actually got argued and told that because I agreed with this person or so-and-so, that I could not be their friend because they cannot be friends with someone that supports someone like that. That's like, I'm literally the same person that I was. It doesn't matter who I agree with. That doesn't change the person that was your friend. You're the one saying that if I don't think like you, I am unable to be your friend. And that's how they isolated everybody. You know, maggots, Republicans, any negative kind of word they could use to literally demonize and dehumanize the other side.
And if you're calling somebody those words like that, then of course they're not going to want to freaking like have a real conversation with you or whatever. And of course they're going to feel offended. Of course it's going to lead to you like arguing and fighting because you just insulted me. You know what I mean? And it's like, why can't we be friends if we disagree on things? Why can't we have a beer and chop it up? And it's like a literal rule to not have these conversations in the bars. Like you'll literally get kicked out of the bar for having conversations.
It's not a rule. It's something that people started seeing somewhere in the 2000s or so. Because I remember in the 70s, or when I started drinking and going into bars in the 80s, in the 90s, it wasn't a don't talk about politics. It's a if you can't handle it, don't talk about it. There was a caveat there. It's like, if you're going to become an aggressive twat, if you take a couple of drinks and start talking about this, then you can't talk about it. It wasn't a nobody can. Some of the best conversations I had up through Obama's second term about politics were at bars with people that I didn't agree with.
And you learn a lot in those conversations. And it's like me and Pat, it's like we're friends and we've been friends for years. And, you know, he falls on the right and I fall on the left. And it's a lot of topics that we vehemently disagree on, like a huge gulf in between us on certain topics. But then you have other topics that we completely agree on. And I think that's the case across the board for us, all of us in America. And I think that we have more things that we agree with than we disagree with. It's just the media gets us on those things that we disagree on and have us focusing on those things. You know what I mean?
Like I've been saying, they want you to focus on the gray area topics. I'm half tipped that if it wasn't red and blue already, I'd call them red for blood. But they want you to concentrate on these. What they're doing is keeping everybody focused on these gray area topics, ones that, because of people's beliefs and how they were raised and how things have affected their life, they're never going to agree on. Because the way I was raised made me think differently about a lot of things than some people. That's not a problem with the way I raised. Matter of fact, I'm kind of proud of a lot of it because, one, I've changed a lot from the way I raised. And I was done that because I was raised to go out and look that shit up. I was raised by some parents that like couldn't keep up, and as much as it sucked in a way, it was the best thing that ever happened to me because I had to go out and ask. I had to ask people that my parents didn't agree with. I had to talk my parents into letting me talk to people that they didn't want to be in a room with. And that made things different. And that's why I've always said, as long as you're not standing over me, screaming, spit flying, as long as you're not threatening me, let's talk shit to each other. As long as you're not going, you are a monster, an animal, an inhuman person, just because you think the way you do, you are a curse to the earth. As long as you're not that far gone, we've always got a little wiggle room. There's a lot of topics that I will never change my mind on, even if someone shows me some things that are different or better. I'm still going to be like, well, I'm not denying those facts, but they don't change the way I think or feel. And that's not necessarily a fact thing. That's just I was raised a different way. My experiences in life are different from yours.
They kicked me out of all 3 of my Facebook pages. I don't know, something we're talking about or something. I don't know. They blocked all 3 of the Facebook pages.
Man, I was careful. I was careful not to use any of the words too.
I don't know what it was. I'll try to figure out what it was after the show. So hopefully we can avoid it in the future. But that really kind of sucks. But
I feel it was my rant on the companies and talking about how things are being done. Or, it might have been me going off on the green energy being not 100% what they say it is.
It might have been that clip with the kids and the guns.
Yes.
I'm thinking that it was that. They're slow sometimes, even though that was much earlier in the show.
Yeah, and I pointed that out. I used that as an example too. So I actually called attention to it when I said things like that. The parent, when I was going, the parent should be held liable for that.
Well, I'm glad YouTube didn't catch it. So, oh well. And I know not to make any reels using that shit. So, whatever. Life goes on. Yeah. So even me and you, we did disagree on a lot of stuff, and really, that's great for the show. Because if we just sat here and just agreed on everything that we talked about, then what would be the hell the point? What would we be accomplishing?
That's where sometimes I have to take this, and that I do this. And normally I preface when I do it with, look, here's the way I think about it, but for the sake of argument, let me talk about what other people, let me speak about other people. And then I'll go with the things where I've talked with other people, or I'll go to the other side, because that's how I look at things. Do my best to see it from my point of view. And then I try to step out of myself and understand what other people have against it. Because by understanding what other people think is wrong, I begin to understand, a wider perspective and a wider place of knowledge on the subject. I don't I don't make it all about me and my thoughts and beliefs. It becomes a matter of, okay, this is what I think, this is the way I believe it should be done, but how does this affect other people?
And I think the future of, because the all of the major media is all left or right or whatever. Like there's nobody really, there's a few of the smaller ones that are doing it. Like I like Breaking Points. There's a couple of other ones that try to do it. But I think that's the future with the coverage of, because all we were talking about in the other show, that it's all just talking heads and opinions and not really giving much information. And each one is just spouting their own side. And people are getting tired of that shit. Like they think that we're all dumb and we're getting tired of that. So like people are going to be looking for, media that is covering both sides fairly and giving us actual information and letting us make up our own minds. Like we have a damn mind. You don't have to tell us what to think. You know what I mean? And I think that, that's what's going to happen. That's the reason why they're losing viewers left and right on mainstream media, is because we're tired of that freaking partisan ass talking points and talking at us. Let's read this. It says Biden campaign posts bold Thanksgiving guide for countering crazy MAGA nonsense at the dinner table. Crazy MAGA nonsense. It says the handy guide, in quotations, released by the campaign on Thursday morning, offers Biden supporters some talking points to keep in mind before joining pro-Trump family members for dinner. Yeah, so I wonder what happened at some people's households over Thanksgiving when they haven't seen each other most of the year, and they finally they had a couple drinks in them, and somebody says, "What do y'all think about Trump? Is he going to go to jail? What do y'all think about Biden? Is he still alive?"
Right. No matter what family reunion there is, no matter how far left, we'll say, for example, in this is, there's always that one crazy uncle who's going to go, "Hey, what you guys think about Trump?"
Yeah.
Just to fucking say it.
Yeah. Just to throw a bombshell in there, just to watch the carnage. Yeah. Sometimes, I'll probably be that guy when I get older. I'll probably be that guy. just to see it, entertain myself. So this is by Virginia Cam Lee, published on November 23rd, 2023. Let's read. It says Joe Biden's 2024 campaign has an idea for how to react if Thanksgiving devolves into back and forth over politics. Hit them with some stats. On Thursday morning, the Biden-Harris re-election campaign released a guide explaining what to do if family approaches you with crazy MAGA nonsense, a reference to Donald Trump's Make America Great Again campaign slogan. The partly satirical, partly earnest guide offers Biden supporters tips for countering some common pro-Trump claims in case they come up at the dinner table. This should be good. Let's see. It says one possible pro-Trump claim the guide includes is the economy was better under Trump, in which Biden's campaign responds by pointing to their respective records on jobs, a weak spot in Trump's presidency by most metrics, and by asserting that the economy is heading in the right direction, claiming that gas prices as well as the cost of eggs and turkey are both down since last year. Yeah, so let's push back on a little bit of this. So we know the thing with the jobs. We had a freaking pandemic that happened, and a lot of people weren't at work, and then the pandemic ended, and then a lot of people came back to work. So like that wasn't a result of Biden's policies.
Even before the pandemic, they blamed him for costing a lot of jobs, which he did. He crunched a couple of industries with his tariffs and stuff like that. But on the other hand, he more than recovered those jobs back in the energy sector and other places, which were immediately tanked by the new administration.
And we covered the stuff. We were talking about the eggs for a while on the other show, how they were price fixing the cost of eggs, and Me and you had a whole argument about the
But remember that
profits.
their quote is the cost of are down both since last year. That's not a reasonable metric either.
And
They better be down since last year, considering that the whole industry's not in upheaval.
yeah, it wasn't a pandemic, and either way, that's not as a result of Biden's policies or anything that he did at all. So he had something to do with the cost of eggs going up or down. Like, what policies did he implement that helped us with the cost of eggs?
Okay, man. One thing you have to admit: confidence in the country and economics, by having confidence in the president and what they can do, does have a stake in all this.
So that has to do with people's
People,
perception.
yeah, I mean, the perception of a president of this one being weak economically and all of that, that's why, by contrast, he's doing so great, because no one ever expected him to do that well.
Yeah,
Under it was ruined and blah blah blah. Well, they're now able to start from numbers way lower than they were before 45 got in. I mean, and we all know when you hit rock bottom, there is no place to go but up.
And yeah, they keep on saying the economy is heading in the right direction. That's what they keep saying. And it's like, I don't know, man. Everybody I know or people I look around are struggling, worried about paying their rent the next month, worried about how much they can spend on the groceries cost so much.
Look, all of those worries are there, but it is getting better. Because despite the fact we're struggling, we're not literally wondering if we're going to have enough to eat tomorrow. Now it's next week.
Yeah, well,
it's slow progress, but
well, if you look at Wall Street, it's improving. But if you look at mainstream,
better.
It's not.
I mean, it has to get better because, well, you also got to remember, most people don't realize we were already in the middle of a recession when all this happened. I mean, things were going up. Things have been going up for a while, but they're going up really slow. Which is like, if America is moving up that slow, then corporate America, even though they should be moving faster, they should only be moving about 20% faster, not a factor of double.
Yeah, well, wages haven't
not 100 times, 150 times.
Yeah, wages haven't paced with inflation for a long time, and that is continuing to get worse. There's a gulf in between, buying power of the dollar.
That also has a lot to do with the powers between the power of state and federal. Federal can't address minimum wage and stuff like that until it's extremely problematic and all of that. And as long as 20, 30 states can literally say $9 an hour can be paid and everyone's going to be okay, then the problem does not become, well, let's give everyone $9 an hour. It becomes, we said we want $15 an hour because that's what works there. We won't allow you to move it up to $9 an hour because that doesn't work for us. Who cares if 30%, 40% of the population across the country will do better for it? We don't. So we're not going to let it go through. We're not going to let it go through. We're all or nothing. You give us all of our 15, or we're not going to allow you to go to 9.
Yeah,
that's the problem we got in Congress now.
Yeah, I get that argument, and I partially agree with it, but there needs to be a huge jump. I mean, it was 725. It's been since 92 or some shit.
I'm 100% of the unilateral United States government going to $9 an hour, because anything is better than nothing right now. And the people that are making less than $9 an hour are the ones, I'm sorry, I'm not making $15. I'm only making $12. I'm not making $15. I'm sorry, everything is so horrible. Well, I'm sorry, you're making $7.25 an hour. Why do you want to bitch about someone making $9 an hour?
Yeah.
Move it up a little bit at a time.
Yeah, well, I have an argument with that incremental change. Let's read some more. It says another pro-Trump claim that Guy mentions is that Trump is more respected than Biden by world leaders and kept the nation safer. Per Biden's guide, heads of state literally laughed and mocked Trump at the UN. Oh, yeah. So because somebody laughed at the UN, then that means that, you know, that the country wasn't safer and that he's not respected by other world leaders. That's what you're going to use as your measure.
I'm sorry. The UN has mocked and been anti-America since the 80s. I mean, in the 80s, they were coming out talking about, oh, America crap, America crap, America crap. Oh, America this, America that. And then, you know what our presidents hit back with? Oh, United Nations, United Nations. Oh, do you realize that the United States government funds 83% of all of you? We're paying your membership dues. We're paying for the building. We're paying for your hotels and places to live while you're here talking shit about us.
Yeah, it seems like they could have used a better metric other than heads of state literally laughed and mocked Trump at the UN. Like, wow, that's the best y'all could come up with?
You know, he kind of deserved it. So does our potato in chief now. He deserves getting laughed at.
Yeah, I don't think that's a measurement of you know, the respect that countries have.
I mean, Obama, he was a great man, great speech maker, but a lot of people laughed at him because he backed down.
Yeah,
he had two methods of handling a situation: back down or bomb them.
Yeah, they was throwing shoes at George W. Let me read some more. It says, he negotiated with the Taliban, sent love letters to Kim Jong-un while letting him and Iran pursue nukes and doing nothing to push back on Chinese aggression, it continues. Now he's praised Putin as smart, savvy for invading Ukraine, and called Hezbollah very smart after Israel was attacked. You know, I find it really weird how you know, as the president, you chopping it up with other, you know, country leaders as a negative thing, like having diplomacy, like, you know, you don't have to agree with Kim Jong-un on how he does things, but that doesn't mean you can't talk to him. Like
the whole thing.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
The whole thing. He negotiated with the Taliban. Is that not what Obama was doing?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's what happens when negotiation fails. You start shooting. He successfully negotiated with the Taliban. What happened when when our potato in chief got a hold? He dropped the friggin' ball and we got our asses handed to us and chased out of the country instead of leaving under our terms, which our terms were set. He was the one that didn't follow them. I think he was going to try to start something to back out of that whole deal. I mean, nothing to push back on Chinese aggression. Well, wait a minute. I thought the Chinese were our allies. Weren't they our allies the whole time and such great friends the whole time Trump was in office? When he was telling them no, when he was spanking them with this tariff and that tariff, when he was raising prices on their goods and stuff like that, so we would start producing more of our own, weren't they telling them that he was xenophobic? Wasn't he talking about the Chinese virus, which, you know, oh, he's xenophobic? Was he not the first world leader that cut transportation between their country and between China and the United States? Didn't he do that before anyone else, and then was sued by our own Congress because he couldn't do that to people who had dual citizenship?
Yeah.
If they had an American visa, we couldn't stop them from coming.
Yeah. And the Kim Jong-un one just seems so weird to me that, you know, like he's chopping it up with this guy and they're making it a negative thing. Like world leaders having meetings or whatever is something you're not supposed to
Well,
do or whatever. Like,
I understand the hate on that too. I mean, he is a crazy, psychotic dude who literally has rewritten the history books to say he gave birth to himself, basically. I mean, that he was telling doctors and stuff like that their business by the time he was 9. I mean, I get it. This guy is literally the lampoon of the crazy dictator, the crazy dictator godman from way back, in the 1500s.
yeah, but none of those are reasons to not talk to the guy. He's
That's
a
more
leader of a
reasons
nation.
to talk to him.
Yeah.
To me, that's more of a reason to sit there and go, hey, let's try not to blow up things while, I'm in office and you're in office. And, I think it would be a really good idea. By the way, who's the guy who's been trying to sell you nuke stuff, man? I'd like to find out. Because I'm afraid of them getting nukes.
They have nukes. North Korea has nukes.
Oh, they do?
That's
Do
the
they
whole-
have
They
do
have
they
nukes.
have nukes, or do they have the possible capability of it?
No, they literally have nukes. That's the whole reason why we aren't gonna fuck with them. Like, we're not gonna do anything to them because they're crazy enough to actually freaking use that shit. So that's their protection. That's what keeps them safe. Let me read some more. It says, elsewhere in the guide, the Biden campaign suggests that if anyone brings up Medicare or Social Security, tell them that Trump tried cutting them every single year he was in office while he cuts taxes for the super rich friends. That's actually a fair one right there. That's actually pretty fair.
Okay,
Yeah,
they tested their first one in 2006. Okay, got to understand, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the world and stuff. And 2006, I remember when we were doing everything we could to stop them from having nukes. So that's actually what, in the last 15, 17 years that they developed them.
Well, if they didn't have nukes, we would have already went in there and probably caused a coup or assassinated Kim Jong-un by now.
Oh no, I believe there's been like some 20, 30 different attempts to delete him.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole list of ones that we've tried that failed. I mean, we've missed him more often than we missed Castro.
Yeah, that dude was untouchable. But this last one I just read where they said about Trump attacking Medicare and Social Security, he totally did that. And talking about how he did the huge tax cuts for the super rich, he absolutely did that. So that's actually true. That's a real thing that he did. So that's fair. Let me read some more. It says, and for any family members who say that Trump is faring better in the polls, Biden campaign says, oh, those same polls and pundits who said Joe Biden would never be president and that Republicans would have massive wins last November. That sounds like something a kid would say. They said Biden would never be president.
Now, you have to admit, man, and I hate to say this, on the right, when you get in an argument with them, they tend to be more on the uneducated side of the situation, and on the left tend to be more on the child throwing the tantrum side of the situation. The right side will tend to they'll buck up and go, oh yeah, prove it. And the left will go, la 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 la, you're wrong, la 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 la.
Yeah, so and you can't trust
at least
these
in my
polls.
experience being online and talking about it.
You can't trust these polls anyways. Like, you have to know about the sample size and which people they polled and all of that. Like, it's way too many factors involved for you to trust these polls in any kind of way, which way or whatever.
Yeah, you've seen me break down a couple of them before by source and all of that, and we've gone over this a couple of times, and I noticed you've gotten a lot more, a whole lot more investigative of polls and statistics and stuff like that because of that too.
And and Biden basically strong-armed his way in there. Like, I followed those primaries really closely, and that thing was really, really terribly done. Like, and then it left the Democrats with no choice but to vote for Biden, and that's the reason why he got in there. Not
And
because
you ever
people
notice
really wanted
Obama
him.
never really spoke up for him either. He never said, "I think he's going to make a good president." All he said was, "I think he can be president."
Let's read some more. It says,
I never heard him directly endorse the potato in chief.
I think he did endorse him, but it was like a wishy-washy kind of endorsement, though.
Kind of like what I just said.
Yeah. Let's read some more. It says,
he could be a president. I also heard a hot mic of him, a hot mic, which vanished really quickly, about saying, well, if there's anything that he can, anyone that can fuck someone up, Joe's the one that can do it.
Let's read some more. It says, the guy then declares that many two-term presidents saw lagging numbers in their first terms. Just like on election night a few weeks ago, Biden's agenda is going to win again next November. So yeah, that's true that the president's numbers tend to lag, after their first term or whatever. So it says Biden's agenda is going to win again next November.
That sentence is the saddest part of all of that.
And it's sad because, all the Democrats have is, don't vote for that guy. You have to vote for our guy. They don't give you anything to vote for. They're giving you something to vote against. Like, they're not giving you any policies to stand on. Like, you should vote for this guy because his policies or whatever. No, they're just like, you can't have that guy. So our guy is your only choice. Like, that's their whole political agenda.
My biggest thing is Biden's agenda is going to win in November. Trump's agenda is going to win again in November. My problem is with that sentence is both sides of the argument I hate arguing with, because as soon as they bust that out, I look them dead in the eye and go, how come you can't say the people's agenda is going to be the one that wins in November?
Because the people's agenda is going to lose, for sure.
Because the people don't matter anymore. It's about, and here's the thing. Everyone's so talking about color and everything. Everything is so black and white. Well, isn't red and blue just another set of two colors? Is that not, is political racism not very similar to other kinds, except the fact that you can't see it and judge them by something they have no control over?
Vote blue no matter who. Let me read some more. It says,
better red than dead.
Let's read this one. It says, both Trump and Biden are running for their respective parties' presidential nominations in 2024, with the most recent polls predicting a rematch between the two. As the election draws nearer, the Biden-Harris campaign has gotten increasingly brazen with its campaign messaging. Recently, the team began seizing on Republican infighting, sharing a slew of moments in which lawmakers slammed their own party and backed the administration's messaging. Back in October, amid the chaotic search to replace Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House, Biden's campaign reposted viral moments from Republican presidential debates, such as one in which former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley said, "Donald Trump added $8 trillion to our debt, and our kids are never going to forgive us for this." Couldn't agree more at Joe Biden, the official X account used by Biden as a presidential candidate and civilian, wrote in a reposting the exchange. I don't know what's the point in that. Let's move on. It says, speaking to people at the time, Rob Flaherty, deputy campaign manager for Biden's 2024 campaign and former director of digital strategy in Biden's White House, said the campaigns appreciated demonstrating to the American people that the Republican Party can't tie their own shoes. Really. It says, at the end of the day, the best evidence for the Republican Party being unfit to govern is the Republican Party. That's pretty funny. Biden's campaign has also seized on the use of the phrase, "Let's go Brandon," by some far-right members of the party as a code of F Joe Biden. In recent months, the campaign has co-opted it, turning Brandon into the president's alter ego, one who gets things done. Okay, that's it. Yeah, so I don't know that I don't know how much that's gonna work. This guy for countering crazy MAGA nonsense at the dinner table. I don't know how that's actually gonna work, or how did it go? If anybody want to leave comments, did anybody use this when they were freaking with their peoples and for Thanksgiving? You know, how did the conversations go? Did anybody have any crazy conversations? If y'all did, leave some comments in the chat. I'll read them. I'm very interested to hear what. I really want to know why they kicked me off of Facebook too tonight. Screw Facebook. Boo. That's why ain't nobody. It's like only old people on Facebook anyways. I don't even know why I broadcast on there. Let's see. Check this out right here. It says Nigerians headed to Mecca denied entry, forced to return home. It says over 170 Nigerian travelers en route to Saudi Arabia found themselves denied entry as Saudi authorities reportedly revoked their visas upon arrival. The incident unfolded with 264 passengers originating from Lagos and Kano who had diligently secured visas and undergone thorough screenings before embarking on their journey. Upon landing in Saudi Arabia, authorities took the unprecedented step of refusing entry to the entire group, prompting instructions to the Nigerian Air Peace airline to repatriate the passengers back to Nigeria. The abrupt and unexplained visa cancellations left both travelers and airline officials baffled, as the affected individuals insisted that they had meticulously adhered to all entry requirements for the Middle Eastern country. Amidst the confusion, no official statement has been issued by Saudi authorities regarding the incident, leaving the affected individuals and the public in the dark about motivations behind the mass visa revocation. This is interesting. Like, what the hell? Like, why?
You're not sharing.
I'm not sharing? My bad, y'all. Let me share. This is it here. This is the image that I'm getting this from. Chaka Bars posted this, and I saw some other stuff about this. But this is interesting to me. Like, what the hell? Like, what would be their motivations for this? Because, Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians are Muslim, and the whole thing with the Hajj, traveling to Mecca, it's all a religious thing. So they're all brothers, that's the whole thing, right? You're brothers in Islam, and you're going to do the Hajj for your spiritual deal. And so it shouldn't have anything to do with where they're from. If they're from Nigeria, people travel to do the Hajj from all over the world, every year. It's a big deal. And it costs a lot of money, and it's really good for, they make a lot of money out of this deal with the tourism and so forth and so on. So I don't see any incentive for them to do this. And it automatically feels like it's racially motivated, but I don't know, I really don't know. Like, this is strange to me right here. Saudi Arabia does whatever the hell they want to do. Like, that's what they do. They do whatever the hell they want to do. So I wonder why the hell did they not let these Nigerian folks come in and do their Hajj? And they're supposed to be brothers. They're Muslims. They're all Muslims. Let's read some comments. It says, that's a sign from their ancestors saying, return to your indigenous practices and activate your original powers, Asi. Another one, Africans have been going to Mecca for centuries with no problem. Yeah, I know. There's racism in Arabia, but in instances like this, it definitely is about the government. Spoiler alert, no country has a good government. Another comment, it says, and the Muslims will say that Islam is a religion of love and peace. Another one, it says, and you say Islam is a black man's religion. Another comment, it says, they don't even let women drive there or show their bodies. You think they aren't going to be racist towards black people? Another comment, it says, Saudi Arabia disgusts me. They are owned by the white American politicians. Another comment, embarrassing for the Muslims around the world. Yes, that's what it is. Another one, it says, do some research or at least read the comments on the original post. Not all of the 264 passengers were deported back. 87 of the 264 were allowed entry as they fulfilled all the visa requirements as per the Saudi authorities. The passengers who were denied entry and subsequently deported to their initial destinations didn't fulfill the entry's conditions and requirements in accordance with the applicable rules and regulations of the kingdom, as they submitted incorrect information to obtain category of visa that doesn't apply to them, which was discovered upon their arrival. Okay. All right. So somebody's clearing this up. That's why I like to read the comments. So he put a link here. Nigerian passenger submitted incorrect information, didn't fulfill entry conditions, Saudi. So it wasn't the whole 264, he's saying. It says 87 of them were allowed entry. So somehow they must have filled out the paperwork improperly. So now this makes sense to me right here. Because originally the post doesn't make sense. So this is kind of one of those clickbait deals, you know, outrage deals. So let's read some more. It says, stop creating false narratives. We do recognize there are problems related to race across the world, but this isn't one of them. Check your sources before you post. I've been following you for a while, and most of the time I notice you try to instigate hate among people and use it to serve your cause. It's a visa issue. Africans travel to Mecca every year. Not saying Saudi is perfect, but the narrative is not correct. Yay. Yes, let them have it. Because if you're doing this just to be like, because Chaka Barge does have an issue. He's always talking bad about Arab countries. He's been like the whole Palestine Hamas thing since it's been going on. He's been all talking about what's happening in the DRC, which is important or whatever. But what he's saying is like Arab people. He's calling the Palestinian Arabs, and he's like, they don't care about black people or whatever. So why should we care about them or whatever? And I think he's all the way completely wrong with that, you know. And then it's like this creates more division. This, you know, and it's clickbait and it spreads fast. So like whenever you post this negativity, the internet latches on to it and it gets clicks and views and shares and likes or whatever. And then people don't even dig into it. They just read the headline and they go with it, and then they don't know what's going on. And it gives them an excuse to be like, you know, Arab people or racist to black people or whatever. Let's read some more. It says, their visas were actually business visas, not the Umrah lesser pilgrims, and they used an agent who messed them up so badly. They went for a cheaper agent, ended up wasting a chunk of their money. We've never really had this issue with Saudi. They should be the first time. This should be the first time, I guess. So yeah, so they all, you know, whenever you take these trips like this, a lot of times you want to do them in groups because that's how you save money. So then that's probably what they did. And then they all went through the same person, and somehow that person screwed them over or whatever, didn't make sure that their paperwork was clear. Now that makes sense. So let's move on. I don't want to waste any more time on that. It sucks that negativity always gets the, you know, gets to be reposted and retweeted. That's why I like to read comments, because people are smart. you know, and they want to act like everybody is dumb. And I vehemently disagree. So that's the reason why I read comments all the time. Thanks for being here, Smith. Thanks for the support all the time, bro. He says, congrats, King, on the 1K subs. Peace and love. Yeah, congratulations are in order. And it's thanks to y'all for checking this out, sharing and liking. The page is growing, man. We may even get monetized. More Perfect Union posted this. It says, we've gone deep into the archives and found the real problem with remote work. Working from home could wipe 800 billion from office values globally. So a lot of people have been talking about this. And, you know, if you talk to the people who get to work remotely, they're like, it's working great. They save money on commute. They get to spend more time with their families. They're actually more productive and are getting more work done. You know, it's a win-win. But you know, the flip side is they've spent all these money on these office buildings that are empty, and so they need to justify that money that they're spent. So that's the reason why they're trying to force everybody back to work. And you know, since the pandemic, a lot of people have gotten a wake-up call on all of the bullshit, like telling you know, you have to come in to the office. You know, the money you spend on commute, the money you spend on lunch and all of this, and the amount of time you spend on the commute, and it's like, you know, you wear and tear your car, the money you spend for gas, all of this. And you know, they were saying that the companies couldn't function without everybody getting together and coming to the office, but we saw that that wasn't true during the pandemic. And you know, that also caused people to reevaluate their lives. The pandemic did, as far as work-life balance, as far as, you know, spending time with their family, you know, and what's really important, like making more money, you know, or traveling on a commute and going back and forth to work, you know. So like the wake up happened, and now they're trying to brainwash us back, you know, to the way things were before the pandemic, and it's not going to work. We're not buying it. We're not going for it. The whole thing where they were talking about essential workers and all of this, you know, like these people are the ones that keep the economy going. The essential workers, those tend to be the least paid people, also the least appreciated. If they're essential workers, then pay them like it, you know. We realized what was up. You know, it opened up a lot of people's eyes, the pandemic did. And this was a side effect. And I don't think that they knew, that they realized that this like was going to happen. Like they didn't foresee this. Let's read some comments. It says, won't someone think of the landlords? It says, tell the commercial real estate people to give up their drive-through coffee and avocado toast and find a job that pays more. Another one, it says, oh no, what can I do to drive that number up? If I was more remoter, would that help? Another one, it says, turn office buildings into affordable housing. They can still be landlords. Another comment, it says, it took people 3 years to realize this is the actual reason for return to office mandates. Another comment, it says, maybe those rich investors losing the 800 billion should stop buying avocado toast, get a second job, and pick themselves up by their bootstraps. Yeah. So they're going to have to rechange. We need to restructure society. We stop building our cities based on cars and based on commute, you know. Restructure the way we do things. Like a dramatic change needs to happen. People are waking up. We're not going for the okie doke anymore. Another comment, it says, I work for a very large commercial real estate firm, and I would enjoy watching them dissolve under their own weight. Wow. So, Yeah. So, and they,
Well, of course he does, because it doesn't matter who buys and sells. He's the real estate broker. He's going to get paid anyway.
yeah. So, well, I mean, the idea of making those into, they're saying the reason why the housing prices are the way that they are, and is because of supply and demand or whatever, like a lack of supply, like we don't have enough houses or whatever. But that's all bullshit, because I see it looking out my window. There's a neighborhood behind these apartment complexes that I live in, and half of these houses are empty. So, and then you got all those office buildings empty. So yeah, you know, they could, there's places where people
Well,
could live.
remember, it wasn't but about 4 or 5 years ago that this whole end of town was flooded. And that neighborhood, a lot of people, they got their stuff fixed and they've tried to rent it out or whatever, or they just don't mess with it, or they got it fixed and are trying to sell, or holding it on till the market gets better. The particular neighborhood you're talking about, though, remember when Harvey came through, was underwater.
Yeah, that may be true, because these are all new buildings. These are all new houses. So I don't know if they were just a new neighborhood that they built, or it was as a result of, either way, it doesn't matter. You know, the prices come down. I'm sure if the price would come down, they'd have somebody in there overnight. They want too much for it. Let's read some more. It says, turn it into housing, please. Another one that says, more low-income housing, please. Convert to housing. We aren't going back in the office. Another one that says, it's better for the environment. It's just bad for all those who hedge their bets using antiquated political systems with the increasing numbers. Go figure. Another one, LOL, 800 billion. That's not a real number, LOL. Another one says, assign the debt to the Pentagon, then the Pentagon can lose track of it in their next audit, and all will be well. Another one that says, oh no, old rich man build big skyscraper for nothing. Boo hoo. Now less rich. So sad. Yeah, so what's happening is these people, they take out loans to build these buildings, and they have to pay those loans back. So when they're not getting that rent or whatever from the companies who pay for the office spaces, they still have to pay. So that's what's happening. They're getting upside down on it. Yeah, I don't feel sorry for them at all.
See, and they used to be able to refinance and keep swapping it around as they make money, but they can't do that anymore because interest rates have gone from like a couple of percent up to 8%, and they can't. They're not making the money. Like the payments on a new loan will go from, say, $1,000 to or $1 million a month to $2.5 million a month on those things. So it's pretty. It's pretty. The bigger businesses, property, all that stuff. We're about to see a market start getting pummeled on that.
Well, hopefully it'll drive the prices down for the rest of us, and maybe we'll be able to buy homes again. Because maybe they'll drive the interest rates down to give these guys a break, and in turn, it'll give us a break. Check this out. This is really interesting, y'all. Check this out. It says, if only this amendment passed back in 1916. So it says, the following is a very limited list of some of the proposed amendments that never left the halls of Congress. The one that they got circulated, highlighted here, in 1916, it says, all acts of war should be put to a national vote. Anyone voting yes had to register as a volunteer for service in the United States Army. All acts of war should be put to a national vote. Anyone voting yes had to register as a volunteer for service in the United States Army. That sounds great to me. That sounds fantastic. But that didn't get passed, and I wonder why.
I'm wholly against that.
And at this point, we don't even have any say-so over They found ways ever since when we were talking about 9/11 earlier in the show. Ever since then, it's like they don't really have to get Congress approval to start a war because they won't call it an official war or whatever. They'll have
Dude,
active troops
that was
overseas.
Vietnam was not a war. It was a police action.
Yeah, so that's what they do. They change the way it's the wording
See,
of it.
Instead of this, right now, I'm on the side of gender equality. I think women should have to. I think all women, as well as men, should have to register for selective service, or no one should.
Yeah. So the at the very least, the American people should have some say so if we're going to war, but we don't. Not Congress don't even have say so anymore. It seems like, Congress is supposed to approve all spending, but we have this bloated ass military budget that they freaking do, that they approve year after year and add to, and they don't call it a war, but we have troops on the ground in another country fighting, and the American people don't have any say so in it. Not right. Let's read some of these other ones that's on this page. It says, limited list of some of the proposed amendments that never left the Hall of Congress. So they got one from 1876. It says, an attempt to abolish the United States Senate. Whoa, wow. I think if that came around right now, it'd be a bunch of people voting for it because people aren't happy with the Senate right now. We're talking about term limits and so forth and so on. If somebody said just abolish the Senate, I think you'd have a number of people voting for that. I'm not saying that it's a good idea, but yeah, I'm not surprised that it was popular in 1876 because I could see that being popular now.
Something that I would like to point out as far as our military and stuff goes, excuse me, there are currently 195 countries in the world, right? In the whole world. Well, according to the Defense Manpower Data Center, the 5 branches of the military have over 200,000 people active service members employed to 170 of those countries. So that's what 20. There's only 25 countries in the world
that we're not in,
where we do not have some form of official military presence.
That's crazy.
I thought you'd like to know that one. I thought that one would blow your mind.
Yeah. Well, no telling where that's where all our money is going. That's why we can't have Medicare for all or anything. That's why we don't have money for Social Security.
No, we don't have money for all of that because it's being spent on other things. It's being spent on military production and research and development.
Let's read another one. 1876, it says the forbidding of religious leaders from occupying a government office or receiving federal funding. So forbidding of religious leaders from occupying a government office or receiving, what does that really mean?
That disqualifies me from running for office.
A religious leader. So
I'm an ordained minister. I would be disqualified from service. Jimmy Carter would not have been allowed to become president.
Yeah, well, we were talking about in the show before about how like the separation of church and state thing is becoming less and less, and we having a intertwining and we're having a combining of church and state more and more nowadays. And I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's a bad direction. The founding fathers didn't want that, and I don't know how so many people are on board with intertwining the church and state.
Dude, I've seen more separation between church and state going on in my lifetime, not more. Now, there's always fundamentalists and stuff trying to use religion as part of their campaigns and stuff, but that's still different. We are less separated as a country from religion than we have been in the last 30 years.
Yeah,
I mean, in the 80s, I'll tell you, in the 80s, man, it was like, I mean, how many presidents, the very first thing that they do is they go and have Catholic mass at the big church there, and if they don't, they get crucified in the media.
And
I mean, there was even the first non-Catholic president, they almost wanted to deny him access to that Catholic mass because it was for Catholics, and he was Protestant.
Well, we put in God, we trust in the money, on the money, and that's
not
fairly,
and that is absolutely not a problem with a country based on people who are deists.
I guess, but then you have these people who are saying that this is a Christian nation.
Well, that's people being freaking stupid because they didn't read they're not reading the writings, and they're not reading the Constitution.
Let's read another
That's
one.
an education problem, not a reality problem.
Well, it's happening in reality.
That's an education problem, not a reality problem. It is not a reality. It is a problem that people have, that they are not educated, that they are wrong. They can argue it all they want.
They believe it.
You got to understand the main thing about RVW. It's not a Christian argument. It's a when does life begin argument between the two sides. And it's not just, you've got a lot of left and scientists going, oh, well, so-and-so and so-and-so. And then you can also, every point that they say about when life begins, you can take on someone as alive and go, well, is it okay to unalive them because they don't fall within your standards of life?
Yeah, but that's still driven from a religious perspective.
I consider when life is starting as a philosophical question, which is why is the heart of this, and which makes it a gray area. Because the one thing about philosophy is philosophy can never agree on anything, like politicians. The entire idea is to keep something in a state of contention, to keep the discourse and dialogue going.
Yeah.
And see, like I said, though, until we sit around and go, well, when is life defined as beginning, then the people trying to use the Constitution in a Christian manner are going to fall off because because it's a matter of defining that point. That's when you sit there and laws can be made and things like that. And the thing is, they're saying at conception because that is life, the beginning of life, which means, according to a constitutional deist point, at the point that they are alive, they get the protection of the Constitution.
Right.
It doesn't say whether or not they're inside or outside or whatsoever or anything like that. It says life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So that's why the argument of when life begins is the key of this whole situation, and why it will never be agreed on.
And it will open up a huge can of worms, because as far as protected by the law and all of that, yeah. Let's move on.
It's another reason why I'm wholly 100% against the government attempting to do a national abortion ban. If they can't say it's okay to do it, then they can't say it's not okay.
Yeah, well, that's what they're pushing. They're pushing for that. And I really wouldn't be surprised if that actually happens. I think that's going to be a big one coming around for the 2024 election on the campaign trail. You're gonna have the Republicans saying they want a national ban, and that's how they're gonna get votes. Let's read this one. 1878, It says an executive council of 3 to replace the office of president. An executive council of 3 to replace the office of president. That's interesting. So I guess you kind of have 2 with the vice president and the president. So I guess maybe it wouldn't be that much difference if you just added 1 more person in there. Another one, it says renaming the nation the United States of the Earth.
You've got a pilot and a co-pilot. You don't have a council. A council slows things down, creates problems, things like that. You got a pilot and a co-pilot, a coach and an assistant coach. Then you can consider your other people as your special teams. I had to argue with a football dude the other day, and I put it in terms of football, and I actually got him to understand. I was like, oh my God, I'm actually going to have to learn more about football now. Fuck.
Let's do this one. 1893, it says abolishing the United States Army and Navy. Why would you want to do that? What benefits would you have for that? Another one, it says acknowledging that the Constitution recognized God and Jesus Christ as the supreme authorities in human affairs. Wow, I can see a whole bunch of freaking problems with that. Acknowledging that the Constitution recognized God and Jesus Christ as the supreme authorities in human affairs. This could have been an amendment to the Constitution.
No. It could not have been.
Well, that's what these are. These are
okay. Never left the halls of Congress.
Yeah, so they're proposed amendments.
Yeah, all that means is some idiot friggin' said it.
Well,
just like some. Okay, so what you're saying is that becoming a constitutional amendment has just as much validity as the guy that stood up and said we should just nuke Iran and then tried to push that through the Congress.
Yeah. Well, stuff.
That's one of those things that got laughed. That probably got mentioned by a few people and then laughed out.
Yeah.
And this is, it has to go to Congress. It has to go through Congress, go through Senate. Then it has to go to the states and be elected by what, a 3/4 or more vote.
Yeah.
So there's still, this is just the, hey, this is like Trump standing up on stage talking about UV light and bleach and how do we get that up in there and stuff like that. And then people actually drinking bleach. That's the equivalent there.
Yeah, there's a number of things out there floating around that hasn't been ratified by a number of states. That's been out for a long ass time. It's a really slow process. Check this one out. 1912. It says making marriage between races illegal. This was a proposed amendment.
I can see them trying to win that was in the early 1900s. Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
Heck, I believe that as late as the 40s, they were still trying to push that.
Let's do this. Let's move on. It says Bill Clinton endorses Sheila Jackson Lee in Houston mayoral race. So if y'all didn't know, it's a runoff. What's the other guy's name? Can't think of his name right now. So, but it's a runoff between her and this guy because the election, it happened. It's been about a month or so, and so you got President Bill Clinton coming out and endorsing Sheila Jackson Lee. It's not really surprising. I mean, how much political clout does Bill Clinton have at this point? Does this endorsement mean anything? Would it help her get votes, really?
Well, yeah, there's people that like Clinton. I mean, remember, I'm a Slick Willie fan myself.
Yeah.
I mean, but then again, I also know that he's so cuckolded by Hillary that I'm surprised she's not got the other arm up.
Okay, Houston Chronicle posted this. It says former President Bill Clinton is the latest high-profile politician to endorse U.S. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee for mayor of Houston. Sheila Jackson Lee has been a tireless advocate for Houston's infrastructure, economic development, and prosperity for residents of all backgrounds. Clinton wrote in Monday's statement, "I'm proud to endorse her to serve as Houston's next mayor. Make sure you have a plan to vote and bring your friends on Saturday, December 9th. Wow, that's coming up. It says Jackson Lee said she was honored to receive an endorsement for one of the nation's most impactful presidents in American history. Jackson Lee has been a Clinton family supporter for years and even backed Hillary Clinton for president in 2008 Democratic Party primary, going against the will of many of her Black constituents who were Barack Obama supporters at the time."
So what's
that
going to
says a lot.
happen is whatever mayor we get is going to pop up and win on one of the lowest amounts of voter turnout ever.
I don't know about that because it's a runoff. I mean,
which means people don't really know about it. I haven't seen it advertised. Did you know that it was going to be a runoff?
yeah, I knew it. I covered it on the show. Yeah, I knew it was going to be a runoff. I think people are going to come out. People are going to come out.
I think if it happens, it's going to have about the same number of people that vote in a primary.
Yeah.
About half of what there was that voted the first time around. Especially since there is no get off work, allowed to take time off to go vote, except on election day.
Whitmer, that's the name of the guy she's going against.
The guy that's got it already, right?
No. It was what's his name? The guy, the black guy.
Did he get knocked out?
He said he chose to not run. What is his name? Well, I can't think of his name right now. It's the black guy.
Yeah, as you can see, I've completely ignored this one because it doesn't matter who the Republican candidate was in this one. It was going to be a Democrat win it no matter what.
Well, no, this is Whitmer is a Republican.
This may be his only chance of winning is in a runoff. But now Republicans don't go to runoffs. Democrats do.
What was I freaking think? Why can't I think of his name? Sylvester Turner. That's the guy.
Oh yeah, I don't like him. He's dirty.
He's not running. So that's the reason why you got these two.
Yeah, that's who I thought it was Turner and her. I didn't know Turner backed out. I literally have had no interest in the mayor since I said it would be a really bad idea to put this guy in, and then he proceeded to really get shady.
Let's read some comments. It says, "How does Bill know what's best for Houston?" Another one that says, "She's getting every endorsement except locals." Another one, "If anybody needed more of a reason to vote for Whitmer, here you go. We must get rid of these people." So even if she loses, she's still going to be a House of Representatives. What is it? Congress?
No,
my brain is fried.
Now, anybody that does a run for a campaign like this, they've got to give up their office to do it. She's got to be elected back into the office. I don't think they're allowed to stay a senator or a House person and then turn around and run for a different office and only give up their previous one if they lose.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. If she loses, she goes back to where she was at. If she wins, then they have to do a special election to fill her seat, because then it'll be vacated. It's not vacated at the point that she's running for the.
Yeah, that's right. Otherwise, all these governors and senators would have to freaking step back when they ran for president.
So let's read a couple
more. Which I think would be a good idea. If you want to put your career on the line to run for the big seat, cool. But then you've got to drop out of your seat so you can concentrate on your campaign, because you can't concentrate on the job we gave you while you're touring around, running all around the country for that. And by the way, using your Senate money to run around to pursue a personal project of running for president, because that's a personal project and should not have any funds coming from congressional or senatorial funds at all.
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with that. They get to keep their money after when they lose. That's what we're saying about the Democrats. They get paid to lose time and time again. Look at what's his name?
Beto, Mr. Fail
Beto.
Upwards.
Yeah, this guy.
Hell,
Beto.
look at Bernie. I mean, he runs for president, backs out, gets a new house.
Let's read a couple more comments. It says, if we're not careful, people, Texas will be run to the ground, just like New York and California. Why do you think they're flocking here like it's a promised land? Another one, it says, now I really hope she loses. Another one, didn't Epstein have this man posing in a dress? Another one, that should be all you need to hear. No, Jackson. She could possibly win. We're gonna see what happens.
She probably will.
Yeah, I'm thinking she will. Check this out. It says in Finland, the number of homeless people have fallen sharply. Those affected receive a small apartment and counseling with no preconditions. 4 out of 5 people affected make their way back into a stable life, and all this is cheaper than accepting homelessness. Brave New Films posted this. Says, America, take notes. Says, comment says public homelessness is actually encouraged in the USA for one simple thing. They scare the F out of the wage slaves. The subliminal messaging being, look at what happens when you don't work. Let's not be late. Go ahead and step over the body on the sidewalk. This is what I say all the time. I think that we can totally get rid of homelessness. There's no incentive to do it. Not only is it not an incentive, they want to have homeless there because it keeps us going to work. It keeps us worried about it. It's like a threat. It's a threat to the regular folks. You put up with the shit that your boss shovels into your lap, and one's gonna be under the bridge. I really believe that they should get rid of homelessness. Usually. Let's read another comment. It says, last time I checked, Finland wasn't spending taxes on maintaining a bloated military and over 800 military bases around the world. Amazing what you can do when you don't try to control the world. Another comment, conservatives, no, that's communism. Another comment, it says, find it funny how these initiatives to help the homeless from the West perspective goes, oh, that's too much money, yet it ends up helping the economy in the long run. And is cheaper, actually. So it's not about the money. Another, oh, shoot, I passed it up. Another comment, it says, there will be clear evidence that this works right in front of people, and they will choose to believe that it doesn't work. Another one, Finland able to do that because they have good enough state social budget to do it. U.S. have no.
Seriously, Finland? We're doing this, another homogenized country with a population less than some of our cities. We're doing this again.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's
we should be more like them, despite the fact that the demographics, the money involved, and all of that are complete. Since everything about it's completely different, except you're going to say that we can do the same as a country that is nothing like us, 90% one race, on a completely different kind of financial industrial system than we are, and has a population less than some of our cities.
I don't think any of those.
That's a broken argument.
I don't think any of those facts are relative. I don't think that they
every
matter.
single one of them is a factor in it.
It says that. It says, in Finland, the number of homeless people has fallen sharply. Those affected receive a small apartment and counseling with no preconditions. 4 out of 5 people affected make their way back into stable life, and all of this is cheaper than accepting homelessness. I think that, how come in the States we can't do this? You know, I mean, I don't see those facts that you shared
I point
as
you
a
back to
hindrance.
every single thing that I said that you absolutely freaking ignore and go out of your way to argue with instead of try to understand what I'm saying. Trying to look at the economics of it, trying to look at the logistics of it, look at the hows, the how fors, look at the different governmental system they have, look at the different taxation system that they have, different everything. I mean, you say, oh, none of it matters except they're doing this, and because they can do it, so can we, no matter what the cost.
So
no matter how we forced to pay it, no matter what extra taxes we got to do, all of this, it can all be done because they do it over there.
They're saying that
Bullshit,
this
man.
they're saying that
We
this would save money. And what if you can just take a state? Do you think that there's not a state in the United States that's comparable to Finland?
okay, California's been doing this for years. Why haven't they stopped homelessness?
They got a thing going on with in California where they just make money off of the situation. They're not really trying to end homelessness.
Could that be a difference in economic diversity and where the money handles that I was talking about?
We're talking about the policies. We can implement these same policies. What they're doing,
and then the government gets a hold of them, and the people get a hold of them. Then the crackheads and all the people start jerking out the copper wires and the plumbing from these places, which is on record, known to happen.
You don't think they have similar situations in Finland? How come they can pull it off?
Because they have other people paying their money. The taxation system is different. How much money they have available is different because they have a 60-80 million population as opposed to 330 million, because they're in a state roughly the size of New York or New Jersey, where we have an entire freaking continent. Where we have the homeless are condensed to certain areas and things like that. We also have spread out and in communities that don't have the ability to put these services in states that don't have the money to put these services in. Like I said, it's impossible to just flip a switch and friggin' do this. The logistics do not allow it. And people that want to use this, you're saying apples can be like oranges if you put them in the same basket. Or if you put them, or if you plant an apple tree and plant an orange tree, and then, or let's do better. If you plant a grapevine next to an apple tree, and then treat them both the exact same way, they're both going to flourish the same way.
I'm willing to bet you can find a state in the Midwest with similar demographics, similar population,
that doesn't have the homeless population because they're in the Midwest.
We got homeless problems all across the United States. That's what I'm saying. I bet you could find a state in the Midwest.
So you're saying you're going to take one state that has 1% of the problem, switch it, and say the entire country can go on that exact same program because they were able to do it with completely different resources, outlets, and logistics and all that?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying, because if they can do it, then we can do it across the country, right? Well, if they don't have the same problem in the same proportion as the rest of the states, if their taxation and implementation system is easier or more difficult than in the rest of the states, you can't sit there and look at these Nordic countries, which are, by the way, 90%, 95% white in most cases. Most of them are on not what people say is actually, it's not actually a communist budget. It's a capitalist environment with very extremely high tax rates. And you're saying that just because they had a good idea that worked, that it would absolutely happen here, despite all of the differences that have been listed and all of the differences involved in the whole problem. But it can still work because we can throw more money at it than they can. Here we go, throwing money at problems, hoping it'll work. That is one thing that I can always I can always count on you to be on the left side of when it comes to solving problems is throw more money at it, tax more people until it just starts to work.
Well, they said that it saves money. It's like us having homeless costs us money. The
Saves money
pressure
as
on
when they implemented it, when they started it, how they got it controlled, how they bought it and processed all the buildings.
As
Where
a
does the
result,
money start saving them?
once you get these people off the streets, you no
And
longer
again,
spending.
you're having results with a homogenous group of white people with almost the exact same culture, without any of the diversity you've got to deal with, without any of the kind of neighboring and grouping that comes up with our own cities and communities, and when it comes to differences in ethnic groups and things like that. But you want to force them all together like that and put them in a situation. I mean, you're really doing your best to ignore all of the different factors involved and say, well, it works for them, why can't it work here? And you're getting answer after answer after answer and going, no, that's not right. No, that's not right. No, that's not right. Yet we have sat there multiple times, multiple states, multiple ways, tried to go to a European model. And what happens? It fails every time. Why? 99% of the time, stupid fuckers in government keep the money for themselves.
That's called corruption. So you're saying
And so
the
it's
problem is
magically going to not happen because, well, they do it that way in Denmark. Bullshit.
you're talking about corruption. I mean, weed out the corruption.
I'm
then you
talking
won't have
about
that.
the way things work. Well, why don't you use that idea why don't you agree with me when I say weed out the corruption first? Why don't you agree with me when I say that about colleges? Why don't you agree with me about that when I say that about medical care for all? You don't want to weed out the corruption there. You want to throw money at it and force private businesses and industries to capitulate to that.
Well, you have to start somewhere. It's about policy. So you implement policies. If you have to tweak it, you tweak it.
Again, how come every time I use this argument in other areas like gun control, education, and medical care and stuff like that, you argue the exact opposite? No, we don't need to worry about that. We need to use the money to force things to change. No, we are not Finland. We will not be Finland. What works in Finland is not going to work here if we try to do the same thing. It has to be done differently. It has to be done with proper logistics and proper ways to do it. And most of all, 90% of it is, well, like I said, you want to see policies like that? Look at California right now. They've been trying that kind of policy for years and years. And you say corruption, I say exactly.
Well,
another factor, in case you didn't remember when I was reading off all the reasons why that shit won't work here.
Well, you have to have a political will to actually want to get it accomplished, and that's what I don't think we have. I think that they want homelessness. They don't want it to be fixed.
See, and there's the Trump excuse right there. The excuse that ends all. There's no argument now. Well, why can't we get it done with? Well, you just answered your own question. So what was the whole loop about? Instead of denying everything reason why it can't properly work, to turn around and sit there and agree with the reason why it can't.
Well, let's go on to this because it's going to be the same argument pretty much. But check this out. It says, Cigna denied cancer patients lung transplant after donor was found. The public rallied around her. Perfect Union posted this. Carol Taylor, a 42-year-old single parent, was diagnosed with terminal stage 4 cancer. Doctors said she needed a lung transplant. Just before the procedure was supposed to start, Taylor's insurance company, Cigna, decided not to cover the surgery. Cigna had determined the cancer wasn't an approved condition for a lung transplant. What condition would be approved? I mean, like it says, Cigna had determined the cancer wasn't an approved condition for what condition would be? Come on. It says because insurance wouldn't cover the lung transplant and Taylor couldn't pay out of pocket, she was taken off the transplant list. So, Dark Matter, Eyes on This, Carol Taylor's life. It says, our healthcare system is not simply broken, it is corrupt and anti-life. When a company has the power to step in moments before a life-saving surgery and refuse coverage, despite the medical experts insisting it is crucial, time-sensitive, and all other options have been carefully weighed, there's no logical explanation other than greed. It says, after Taylor shared her story, the public rallied around her. Social media users and reporters alike shared her story, and Cigna reversed the decision. Cigna denied a cancer patient's lung transplant. Now the insurer says it was an error. Public pressure helped get Taylor double lung transplant covered by insurance, but she still has to wait for another donor. They had a donor, but they fucked her out of it. In the meantime, laws prevent patients from taking action against insurers. For many patients, delays on major procedures are a matter of life or death. Laws like the Employer Retirement Income Security Act make it so that patients can't bring punitive damages against insurers. The most patients can win in ERISA cases is the coverage of their treatment and legal fees. So it says Natalie Sarkisian was a 17-year-old whose liver transplant was canceled at the last minute because her insurance provider, Cigna, refused to cover the surgery. Though public pressure forced Cigna to reverse course, it was too late. Cigna denied a double lung transplant after the donor was found, leaving mothers scrambling for answers. But days, even hours and minutes matter in situations like this. Sadly, tragically, the donor's liver went to another patient. Natalie got sicker 5 days before Christmas, and 5 hours after Cigna's change of heart, Natalie died. We cannot forget that companies are run by people who benefit from these policies and decisions. A country does not support life as long as it continues to allow companies this much power. It is unconscionable to claim otherwise. It says the fight to stop wrongful insurance denials is heating up around the country. So yeah, when you have a policy of profit over people, then this is going to be the result time and time again. You know, they don't have an incentive to do the right thing, quote unquote, because it costs them money. They save money by letting people die. And it's crazy because people are willing to spend whatever they can spend to save their life, and they know this. So then that's the reason why they push these prices up, you know, astronomically. It's crazy. Crazy healthcare system we have.
Yet our socialized medicine that we rely on, I'm using AA for VA, Veterans Administration, is just as bad. Because they refused my dad for 3 years the treatment that would have saved him and forced him to take 3 other treatments that eventually he died because he didn't get to the final treatment in time. And you know why? Because it saved money. Despite the fact that the doctor said, if we give him this treatment, it will end it and he won't have to have any more treatments. They made him go through treatment A, treatment B, treatment C, and then finally authorized it. And then the doctor says it's too late. So they wouldn't give it to him, and they just moved him into a hospice. So yeah, medicine by accountants is bullshit.
Yeah. Basically what it boils down to is the profit over people. So, you know,
and I would like to ask a question about that little lung transplant and stuff like that, as in, how much was the person that got it paying out of pocket? How much did the hospital get for that service and that switch, as well as the insurance providers? What was the difference between the bills? What was the difference between what insurance paid and what was asked for out of pocket on both of those? On what was asked for the girl that didn't get the lung, and for the person that did get it. Because I'd like to find that out. I'd like to find out if the hospital made a couple of $100 extra grand out of pocket by switching that target as well. Because gold digging medicine corporations, hospital corporations also have a big foot in this. And so do ambulance chasers that sue every mistake that any doctor makes for $40 million. I mean, you know, a backtown family doctor that does no surgery or anything like that, just like a small town, like a little town of 100 people, their insurance for their medical practice still pushes $250,000 a year for liability. I mean, it's no wonder that a lot of doctors don't go into doctoring because they can't afford to make the slightest mistake, which means you end up with a whole bunch of super duper alpha savior quality people in medicine that, you know, are practically superstar, track star kind of people and end up losing their own sense of humanity because, I mean, I'm a doctor. I can do no wrong, right?
Yeah, well, I say get rid of these insurance companies altogether. Just get rid of the bureaucracy, get rid of the middleman. You know, that's it. That's the answer. You know, and make healthcare a human right.
But it's not. It's a social right. It's not a human right. You do not have the right to my labor, my knowledge, my money. You do not have the right to it or to take it away from me. That is a human right.
Yeah,
a social right would be Medicare for all. And then there would also have to be in a way of a program for people that sit there and don't agree with it to not be forced into it.
Yeah, well, we can cumulatively pay for this, and it will be pennies out of our pocket. And then we can all benefit from it. Super simple.
And I'll give that money up as I'm staring down that loaded gun.
I think that's the answer. Let's read some comments. It says, if we absolutely must...
you for someone who thinks that Israel is a horrible, horrible place, you do have a tendency to like to force policies on people.
Well, Israel they get health care.
We've discussed it. We're the ones that pay for it.
Let's read this. It says, if we absolutely must keep private insurance companies alive, it should be illegal for them to refuse to pay for anything deemed medically necessary, period, full stop. Another comment, it says, funny how these bloodsucking insurance companies claim it was an error when their shitty practices get called out. Another one, I still have no clue what benefit insurance companies actually provide, and I work in healthcare tech. Another comment, I hope everyone cares this much for unborn children that are murdered every day through abortion. Another one, universal healthcare for all. It says, remember when we were worried that the public healthcare would lead to death panels, glad we left to greedy corporations to decide we live or die instead. Another one, laws aren't going to stop this as long as money is allowed in politics. It's got to be pitchforks. Executives need to be scared to dine in public. Another one, we need public, not-for-profit health insurance for every resident, like every other functioning democracy in the world. Another comment, America needs to take healthcare out of private hands, should not be a for-profit industry. Another one, not sure how America can call itself the greatest country in the world when it's more important to fund wars in foreign countries than to provide healthcare for its citizens. In Australia, there's a private and public health system working together. Another one, there are many healthy lungs in the Cigna corporate office that could be transparent. It'd be such a shame if two of their accountants woke up in a bathtub of ice, Eastern Bloc style. Another one, this is hell. I've watched 3 family members disintegrate and die not getting proper help, who in other countries with universal health care would have been assisted. This is our world, and it's not going to change unless the collective masses of people revolt. Another one, insurance companies are the death panel conservatives think universal health care would bring. Another one, hey, Cigna Healthcare, you're effing lucky Instagram is such a trash app. I can't say what I really want, but I hope someday you as a company get what's coming to you. Another one, Cigna Healthcare, now we all know that this wasn't an error. This was nothing more than greed. You were willing to leave children motherless for some money. And in the meantime, while she waits for another donor, she could lose her life. She should sue you for every penny that you're worth. This topic right here.
Do you reseat your camera each time you broadcast, or do you leave it plugged in?
I reset it every time.
Okay, because you might need to check to see if you need to clean it off or you got some dust on there. Because you're getting the lower half of your picture every now and then is occasionally pixelating out.
Yeah, it's time to buy new equipment, I think. I'm going to have to wrap it. Check this out. It says, the more corrupt the state, the more numerous the laws. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that the Constitution is only maybe 20, 30,000 something words or pages, or maybe only 20, 30 pages, something like that. And I think that the national laws that cover the sale and purchase and transportation of cabbage are something like over 60,000 pages. So, just saying.
Yeah. It's a country ran for and by criminals. They passed laws to make sure that nobody else can come and rape and pillage and take back what they took originally. That's what I think. So yeah.
Well, what's happening is they're voting people in that have gotten rich through loopholes, and then telling them close the loopholes. So they do, and then they're bitching about, well, we're being kept down. We can't get up anymore. They all got up there. It's like, yeah, they all lose loopholes that you forced them to shut down. Instead of actually educating yourself about the system, you decide to keep putting your own roadblocks in.
Yeah, well, I don't think no one should be able to use loopholes to not pay taxes and dodge the system, That's the reason why we can't fund healthcare.
No, we can't fund healthcare because of the irresponsible spending in government. We can't fund healthcare because we keep pushing ourselves up to debt to where half of our GDP every year goes toward paying bills back. We can't afford healthcare because the U.S. government is the number one employer in the fucking country. When more people work for the governments than anyone else in the United States, that tells you government is too big. That means taxpayer money. That means that's where all our money is going, is keeping government so big, so powerful, so many paper pushers and 5 people doing the same job and crap like that. That's what we need to look at and work on. The bigger government gets, the more control it has, the more money it needs to maintain that control, to maintain the monitoring, to keep the paperwork going.
I thought Walmart was the biggest employer in the United States.
The biggest private employer.
Let's read this.
Corporate.
It says China brings back masks, social distancing as pneumonia continues to spread. China has brought back masks and social distancing, a reminder of COVID-19 lockdown time, even as the country battles a mystery pneumonia outbreak. According to news reports, people are being seen wearing masks inside hospitals and as fears of new pandemics are sweeping across the world. In the north of the capital, Beijing, said to be the epicenter of the outbreak, most cases of pneumonia have been reported, with hospitals being overwhelmed with children. Pediatric hospitals have been facing large numbers of children with symptoms of high fever, lung inflammation, and cold. Beijing Children's Hospital state media that at least 7,000 patients were being admitted daily in the institution, exceeding capacity. It followed up the largest pediatric hospital in nearby Tianjin, reportedly receiving more than 13,000 children through its doors. Scientists say the concerning spread of illness comes as the nation enters its first full winter season since lifting strict COVID-19 restrictions last December. ProMed, a large publicly available surveillance system that monitors human and animal disease outbreaks worldwide, issues a notification that details on epidemic of undiagnosed pneumonia, a common bacterial infection called Mycoplasma pneumonia has circulated since May, but is now showing ground glass opacity in lung scans, an indicator of severe respiratory illness. Also known as the white lung syndrome, many parents are deeply worried and have to wait at least a day for just the emergency care. However, China continues to insist that flu and the usual winter bugs are to blame for the latest outbreak, rather than a new virus, and can cope with the spike in sickness. The World Health Organization made an official request to China for detailed information on the reported respiratory illness in children earlier. The premier health agency said no unusual or novel pathogens have been detected in data provided by China, but both China and the World Health Organization have been accused of lack of transparency in their initial reports on the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, I was going to say, we remember this story from back then. Oh, by the way, in private chat, I put the receipts about the largest employer up.
Okay.
That's an article you might actually be interested in too. Yeah, when you got, I was surprised that you didn't know that the federal government was the number one employer in the country.
Well,
they're just shy of doubling Walmart. Walmart's 1.5 million. Federal government's 2.7.
It makes sense.
That's just what I was saying, though. It doesn't make sense.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap it. I gotta go to class tomorrow, and I gotta write a paper. So I know I'm gonna be tired. I'm probably gonna, I don't know. I'm definitely gonna go to class, and I guess I'll come and take a nap and then just stay up writing that paper tomorrow night. So yeah, I need to find out what the hell I did for Facebook to block me and delete my.
After going back over, I think it was the kid in the hallway video.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to realize they bumped you on the holy water one with the kid, which I'm sorry, that was all over national. That wasn't abuse. That's just, dude, what WTF? I mean, that was a religious ceremony.
Yeah, but when you let algorithms make decisions, then it's, no human involved to use common sense, then these are the results you get. And it's so crazy because, and I try to, what do you call it? When you question it, can't even think straight right now.
Appeal.
And I know it's an algorithm that's doing the appeal too, because some of them are just silly and wrong. And they're like, yeah, we still found that you violated the community guidelines. And I'm like, y'all messed up. Oh yeah, it was a reel that I made, and it said the title was Niger, the country Niger did something. I can't remember what the hell it said, but it was the country Niger. But they thought I was
misspelling a word.
Yeah, and that it was what do they call it? Derogatory statements or some shit they said. And I was like, Niger is a country, like that's what it is. But the algorithm kicked it back and said that yes, you did violate it because you were doing, I don't know what they called it, bullying, cyberbullying, or some shit they said. Like so freaking stupid. Like that's the name of a country, like. But the algorithm caught it as something else. If it was a human looking at that, they would have caught it and said, okay, yeah, this is a country. But we don't want to be ruled by freaking algorithms. We don't want AI to be in charge. Computers are stupid.
Dude, the average person is already stupid enough as it is.
Yeah. Well, even a dumb human would have caught that and been like, okay, he was not violating anything. Damn, stupid computer didn't catch it. Anyways, I got to get out of here. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. I came on here way longer than I meant to get out of here by 3 a.m. and it's almost 4 a.m. now. So I got to go. And, congratulations on the 1K subscribers. Hopefully we can get monetized. So
as long as they don't keep booting you.
Yeah. Well, it was only Facebook, so
hey, 1,000 followers now. Yay. Boom, there's your channel.
That would suck.
Say boot to the head.
Anyways, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We'll be back this weekend. All right. Peace and